Hello. Oh wait, do I? No wait, no, I don't have Discord. Fucking, not my fault. It's not my fault. Hold on. Hold on. I hate desktop audio. I hate desktop audio so much. Why do I have two TeamSpeak things? Hold on. Use this for Discord. Yes. Yes, we use it for Arma. Okay, you should be audible.
Hello, hi. I'm no longer muted.
Hello. Hello, chatters. Hello, streamer.
Is there a way for me to make this a disciple game?
Hello,
How do
Gunya.
I... Disciple game, there it is, advanced option. Okay. There we go. Hello, hi, I'm Churl. Thanks for the introduction, Ratty.
Sorry. Hello, Churl. This is Churl.
Hi.
Say hi to Churl.
We were just having wonderful conversation, but now that we're live, it'll be downhill.
No. Wrong, actually. Because we're about to play the greatest strategy game made. One of the
Ratty, do you have
greatest.
any comment on the 250 billion bees escaping?
No.
It was not you? You don't have any... You had no interaction with that?
No, but I'm glad it happened. Let them free. Let them repopulate.
Free, yeah. Free my bees. Do you think they're gonna live?
No.
Like, how would that even work?
What if it was 250 queen
they run
bees?
off with the queen? Yeah. What, do they run off with the queen? They're just loose. They're just gonna starve to death and die out in the... they're probably... That amount of bees can only possibly survive in a field of flowers.
Oh, okay, but like the strongest bees. Actually, no. Okay, even if they were the strongest and they did survive, they'd still die because of their weird breeding system.
I mean, not all bees use like the queen system. Maybe
I guess so, yeah.
Maybe they'll relearn. Maybe they'll learn how to be like mason bees again.
Like some bees can clone themselves, right? I think.
Yeah. So the only bees that will survive will be like the genetic freak lesbian self-reproducing bees. So happy Pride Month. They'll be like, they'll be independent bees who don't need no hive, and surely it'll be fine. I don't think that's really possible, though, because eusocial organisms are so strongly genetically selected for if they ever actually create that system that I see it as probably like a downside that you can probably like never go back. Do you know that a eusocial organism like a bee, a mole rat, or a ant has a 75% genetic relation to its siblings, as opposed to like a 50% or like even higher? They're like so much closer than other types of beings.
I did not know that. What does eusocial mean?
Eusocial, like a colony life form.
Okay.
Did you know that mole rats are eusocial?
I think so. Or no, well, I knew that about like prairie dogs and stuff like that, but I would think mole rats are like pretty similar to.
I think prairie dogs are just like kind of a normal thing. Mole rats like are.
No, but prairie dogs are super social, right?
Right, but they still are like, this is the daddy mole, this is the daddy prairie dog, this is the mama prairie dog, and they live together in families, but they're not like there's not like a master.
Okay, whereas no, I did not know mole rats were like that.
Mole rats are like that, and they have like one supreme mole rat, and then if it dies, the others will transform into it. They'll become female.
That's pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy. Also, do you know where mole rats are from? Nobody does. It's like Tanzania or something. I have no idea. I'm the one pulling these random. I'm sorry. The stream has gone completely off the rails already. We haven't said hi to anyone. Do you say hi to your chatters? Do you
I
say
said
hi to
hi in
people?
chat. They have been
But that doesn't
acknowledged.
count, right? They want to hear their name by their beloved Ratty. They want to hear you say their name.
Okay. Hi, Local. Hi, Churro. Hi, Sigurd. Hi, Ivory. Hi, Salad. Hi, that guy from somewhere. Hello, Junior. Okay, that's it. Beepa.
But what about the kisses? Where are their kisses?
No, they don't get kisses.
They don't get kisses? Okay.
Why did you say my name? Fuck the lurkers. Fuck you. Hi, Mennerham.
Fuck the lurkers. Yeah, fuck lurkers. Man, so true.
Not
so
interacting
true.
with me, not giving me content.
You know the algorithm treats us poorly when you don't comment, you know, and when you choose to lurk. Okay, so let's play Dominions.
Okay.
All right, let me kind of have you ever played
I have single player, but not. I have played a Disciple game single player.
You played Disciple game single player. Okay. I was thinking that you could be the god, but you could also be the disciple if you want. But either way, I'm going to force you out of your comfort zone, and you will be playing aggressively today.
Okay. Well,
and
yeah.
So you can either play as the god if you would like to play as a Titan, because in Disciple games, the god can only be a size a Dom 4 or a Dom 3 chassis,
okay.
And the smaller one can only be a Dom 1 or Dom 2. If you want to play the Disciple, you can play as a beast who also has like a bless from a different path, and that can be pretty fun. You can really be very innovative there. But you're gonna, I kind of want to force you to play with an aggressive, cool character.
I have never tried being the Disciple, so that would be interesting.
All right. Well, then let's have you choose your nation to be the Disciple in. Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Have you given it any thought?
Yes. I want to be the Femoria because
Femoria is a great nation. I've got some experience with them. I played in a Blitz. Do you know what a Blitz is?
No.
It's kind of like what we're doing, where you play with your buddies.
Is it just like super
call,
quick?
Just one, like you just play continuously. Like you're trying to take your turns and get through a game in one sitting.
Okay.
It's kind of the Blitz element.
Okay.
As the name would imply. So let's take a look at your units. I'm gonna adjust my settings. Hopefully my internet doesn't cut out on me too bad, but so I can actually see. I watch streams on like 120p. So when you are looking at a nation and evaluating how you're gonna play them, what are your heuristics?
Let me think for 1 second. I kind of just want to say how cool they look.
That's based. There is some art style overhaul mods. I don't like them particularly, mostly because I'm a graphics hater. But if there's a nation you really want to play,
if I had to say a particular stat I'm looking at, though, I'm looking at like the stats of like protection and their defense skill or whatever.
Prot is very important, and Prot is much different in EA than in the other ages. I brought this up in our DMs, and you were a little surprised by it, but yeah, so there's differences between the ages that go beyond just what nations you can play, the types of indies, the types of events, and the types of mercenaries you get offered can be determined by the age. Oh, a raider! Awesome!
Thank you for the raid, Narwhals.
Welcome, raiders.
What were you doing? Did you have fun?
Does anyone ever have fun?
Yeah, all the time. Irene? What the? Hello, Sharko. Void Stranger. Oh hell yeah! Don't spoil it for me, or I'm killing you. But I'm glad it's a pretty fucking good game. Nice to hear it. I hope you're puzzled out. You're puzzled in. We're playing Dominions. It's a super based, awesome, giga cool strategy game.
It
Very
is.
high fantasy.
It's awful though. I strongly recommend against.
Okay, you have a lot to look forward to.
So we were just going over nations. We're in the boring part of it. Well, okay, it's all. This is maybe the highlight of Dominion's action. Going over the nations and working on builds. This is what I spend a lot of my time playing these games.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of
Please, can you ban Sigurd, please? How dare you slander me?
Oh, I can't ban chatters. It's against my code. I'm a Serpot.
Hey, do you hear that? Free reign, chat. You wouldn't want to break your code of honor. So that's actually a big problem I have with Dominion's multiplayer. Is my own morals. It's a game with lots of deceit and cruelty in it. I've played and won many Dominions games, multiplayer games.
But you did it through underhanded methods.
No, oftentimes I am very overhanded. I will try to avoid winning by simply throne rushing and other things, and I try to always have big battles and fight honorably. And I never break my packs, but the fact that you can is certainly a thing, and I it definitely is part of the game. Anyway, so it is nice when you can play a disciple game and you actually have an ally.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever want to get into Dominion's multiplayer, I'd be happy to coach you.
You're trying to lead me down a dark path.
Down that path is darkness. Down that path is darkness. It is a dark path. It is into the hearts of man. Yeah, it's not a path that there is anything good in. Like, there isn't anything good there either. When you do win, you get crying messages about how they didn't mean to offend you. What did they didn't mean to offend you? And that they're just bad at social, and that you're a monster for defeating them. Anyway, so Femoria is a great nation. They've got a ton of things that other nations have, but the fact that they have them all really stands out. So they have 3 special units in their lineup that are like very special. In their troop lineup, they have on the far right. So that guy, the Numidian warrior.
Yeah.
They are an elf. Please don't scroll past them very quickly. Let me.
Okay.
Okay, so they can only be recruited in the capital. So you have a very limited number, and they compete with your sacreds, who also can only be recruited in your capital.
Mm-hmm.
They're your option if you want to play a low bless build, or if you want to play a build that is using a bless for the commanders only, with like low candles. You can rock these guys and still have a very cool utility knife. Generally, because of their limited recruitment, you can get like 1 or 2 squads of them out, and they can fight. They can take a province behind enemy lines because of their stealth, their glamour. They're able to sneak past, giving you a powerful stealth option, which can combine with the air magic of your nation to drop in your druids through teleportation onto a province with them in it, and they can serve as the like bodyguards for that like alpha strike. So they have a ton of tools at their hands. They also have magic weapons, which is very useful to have on a nation. It helps you avoid being rolled over by an ethereal nation, either via ethereal bless, or through the spell ethereal body, or through natural etherealness, like the Jinn nation.
Mm-hmm. I was looking at it a little.
That's the kind of things you gotta consider when you're looking at a game. Is like, I have this, that, and this. Femoria has unique summons, Which, how would you even look that up?
Yeah,
how would you
I can't even fucking look at
find-
it from fucking here.
You can if you press
If I go
S.
to X?
There's a lot of I think it's S.
S.
Yeah, on this screen. Maybe no,
Uh,
like on when you were selecting. There's like a not in that screen.
Is it under the
like
God
it's all screen.
creation?
Yeah, I think it's like when you're actually looking at the God, or maybe not.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe it's on.
It's God. It's
God.
When you're creating a God, you
pressing
can press
pressing question mark on every page is very important. Now, when you look at those spells, you have no idea what they're talking about. Like, what is it they're summoning? There's a website where you can actually look and see what stuff does, and that's the GitHub DOM inspector.
Holy moly!
And it is the autocomplete king of my life. You know, any of those letters in there, they autocomplete because I'm always have to reference this constantly. You can also see the randoms on
sick.
a unit.
Oh fuck, this is awesome.
It is sick and awesome, and
you
it's
click
great.
It? Oh dude. Okay. Goated fucking site, made with love. Love to see it.
Made with love. Thank you, modders. Thank you people out there. But yeah, so that's very good. It's very useful, and so you can also like look up your nation. You can like look.
You cut out. Oh no! Did we lose him? We lost him. Okay.
You can also just be like the Fomorians.
So,
sorry, I churl. So have you played? Okay. Let's try to get in the game, and then we'll talk about them. You know, before we let's try to get into the game. Let's take a look at your units so that we can come up with a bless for them. That I will be playing with the character who actually does the bless, because in a disciple game, the god sets the bless and you don't.
Okay.
Which gives you more points. So let's take a look at your sacred units, and we'll try to go over what you would want to give them.
Unit. Okay. Early. Wait. Okay. Fomorian Giant, Fomorian King, Median Champion, Bar Guest, Unmarked Champion, Fomorian Druid, Oregon, and Unicorn.
Look it up on open your sacreds on the screen for people.
Oh my god! But I'm on the site.
Okay, well that's cool. You can take a look at it on the site, but click on the giant.
The giant?
Click on the giant.
The Giga Giant. The 2 sacred points. Guys.
2 sacred points. So that is a new change in 6. Is that they have 2 sacred points. The unmarked are also a very good sacred. I kind of prefer them. So what do you know about a giant?
They're very big, and that means I can. No. I guess can they trample?
They can't trample. No, they can avoid being trampled by almost anything. If they had one more size, they'd be completely immune to any sort of trample shenanigans. Which trampling is a shenanigan.
Do they get? Are there any spells that grant trampling?
There are items that grant trampling, but as a unit, they won't be able to use them.
I like trample.
A spell that granted trampling. Now that would be very interesting. Or a bless that granted it. That would also be very interesting. But no, they don't have such a thing. And it might be bad because they would get very out of position.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, because they just go through the enemy lines.
That's also a big problem with being size 9. Is because they're size 9, that you can only fit one of them per square, and you can never fit anything with them. And because of that, you have to take that into account with your bless, as well as like their attack density. Dude's okay with a spear. Attack 11 is like not good. But he's like a guy with a spear, right? But even if he can kill a human in one hit, then he's only going to be able to kill one human a turn. And there'll be 3 of them in the same square hacking back at him, right? And it only takes one of them slitting his foot, you know, cutting his artery for him to die.
Okay, so attack skill is just accuracy.
Attack skill is just accuracy. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
It is also not just accuracy. It's also your repel chance.
Bro,
It's also your repel chance. Defense is actually what you use to get through repel.
Wait, okay, shield parry. Wait.
So if you're skilled enough and your weapon is long enough, and so here's what I think we should actually do to show off an interesting mechanic for you, is we should play into the repel chance.
Okay.
So a Fomorian giant has this long spear, and they're not very good with it, but it can be very scary to attack them. And that's your repel, is like someone doesn't want to run in and get stabbed by the giant with his long spear. So their shorter weapons will have a hard time closing. So if you give them a lot of attack skill, not only will they be very likely to hit, but they'll also be a lot harder to attack. Because they'll be like wielding their spear deftly. Right?
Okay.
So I think an attack skill bless is a very strong move on a giant, because you really don't want to miss when you only get one attack a turn. What other kind of things could a giant want or take advantage of?
Aside from something like trampling, if he's going to be getting hit a bunch, then it would be nice to give him more defense or protection.
See, now that is an option, and it can kind of be a trap, because they're already tanky. But how tanky can you make them? Well, you can give them like so much like regeneration, and you can give them like hard skin, a lot of HP, and they will be able to tank through like anything a normal person could throw at them, right? And you can use magic to buff them, and that's all very well and good. Or you could give them like etherealness, which makes them negate 3/4 of mundane attacks. But they're still going to die to a meteor hitting them. They're still going to die to a mage soul slaying you. And so if you invest too much in something that's they're already their strength, it can be a negative. Now, that's against human players, which is how I often, think about things. Against the AI, they're not going to specifically bring the counter to you. But they might bring it accidentally because of how the AI functions, is they just like recruit tons of things. And sometimes they'll bring the counter.
Other than that, I don't know. Because like for me playing them, I would just put these guys on the front line, because where else are they gonna be in? But and like, okay, yeah, I don't have the full width of knowledge to know what possibilities there could be to do with them. But like, okay, like if these guys went for the back line, that'd be pretty good. Because,
if you could get them there, right? So you could do something like flying,
yeah,
which would allow them to avoid getting entangled in a small engagement. Flying's a very expensive bless, not helped greatly by the fact that air magic over a certain point isn't as valuable. Certain magic paths are easier to take at really high levels. I'm churling. I'm
He's churling all over the place.
But I mean, the blesses are so. What's their move speed? They got a move speed of 15, which is fairly fast, but not that fast. That can help you flank things. Anyway.
I'm just thinking like, yeah. If you could get these, like, commanders usually aren't super strong. If you fucking put
let's take a look at your commander, because you have a very special commander.
The king?
You actually have a couple of very special commanders with Fomoria. The druid is one of the best units in the entire game by like a mile. Their god king bros are one of the best powerful units in a straight sense. They're big, cap only commander giant is very powerful. But their druids are the real all-star. And that's because their cost is very affordable. 285 for a giant mage with air magic is very good. Air 2 is a breakpoint that's very powerful. At Air 2, you can teleport, and you can use the good offensive air magic spells. And in a storm, you can use the best air magic spells. Air 2 is capable of casting the air elemental summons, which are gem usage, but that's kind of how Femoria works. We were talking in a pre-chat about
resource usage,
not wanting to use gems.
Yeah.
And gems are to be conserved. Gems are very valuable. Gems are a resource in this game for those of you who do not know Dominions. You can use them with this nation as you spend all of them in a single turn. You take these guys and you have them cast a ritual called Cloud Trapeze, which allows them to move 3 or 4 provinces through the air. They enchant a jumping a trampoline in the backyard, and they go boing, and they fly all the way and they land in enemy territory. And then they break out their air gems out of their pocket, and they summon some air elementals, which go and kill all their enemies. And then you can do that to like the whole nation. Now, in 6 versus 5, they got a lot worse. They nerfed air elementals. Now they're still by far the strongest elemental. You know, it's kind of Is
it because they can fly and just like go to the back line and instantly kill everyone?
It's the airbender discourse. I don't know if you know the airbender discourse.
I don't know.
So Avatar: The Last Airbender, people are like, you know, how will you ever beat the airbenders? They can fucking bend the air out of your lungs, and it's like, and they can fly and shit. It's like, yeah, actually, no, air is OP, and it and most mundane troops can't like do anything to fight back against the air.
And
against
then,
an animated rock.
Yeah,
sure, that's strong. It's a rock, but you could conceive in your head how you would fight a rock, right?
Yeah. You could blow up a rock.
So they made them easier to kill. It is now like even possible, but back before 6, it was completely like undoable. And in 4, it was even worse because in 4, the turn timers were. It was not like the game didn't move in. The game moved by turns instead of everyone moving at once. So if you had like 3 or 4 people summon air elementals, they would all land and get their attack before they could be fought back against.
Oh.
Now you can hit them first. And they have like a AoE like attack too, or they have like a stun, so they can stun. Even a god will die to like 1 or 2 air elementals.
Bruh.
If they don't have shock resistance. So
okay. So pretty damn good unit. Also plus sacred. Though that may not necessarily be a good thing. Because they take sacred points to summon.
Yeah, they do take sacred points away from your other ones, but you know they're what you recruit out of all your forts, and they can carry your bless, which you'll probably want a good bless. We're gonna go with an attack skill bless. We will be using. I think that's a great nation to learn. So I'll be teaching you air magic today.
Okay.
And we'll have an attack skill bless for the sacreds. Yeah. Okay. That seems like a very.
Yeah, there's a lot of depth that, like, to me is, like, super hard to penetrate with this game, because it's just, like, the sheer amount of options you have. It's hard to build with.
Also, looking at the Druid, and the unmarked ones, they're size 6, so you can fit in a human with them.
Okay.
Which is a valuable thing. Having a little guy there to carry your bag of magical regents and to take hits for you is very useful over the taller giants.
Oh wait, is that a thing you can do? Can you just have like normal dudes with gems that bypass the thing?
No, you can't use someone else's gems, but you can use someone else's blood slaves.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So you can, like,
I guess that makes sense.
Sneak in someone else's, but you can have a scout there waiting for them. But
and they just pass them over.
After they fall, at the next turn, yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's a good way. That's a good way to like avoid losing all your resources on a bad break.
Mm-hmm.
Is you carry.
Oh yeah.
You have a scout who carries along your gems, and then if you lose the fight,
you could have like you do a bunch of bullshit and then like you retreat, whatever. You go to the guy with all the gem, you pick him up, and then, like you just do a bunch of more bullshit. You just keep doing
Yes.
that. That's fun. Yeah, that's not
It
something I
is
would have thought
fun.
about.
That is one of the strats. Let's see. What else? I can get us a few more points. Let's see. Looking at your nation before you start a game, the goal that you should have is a strong expansion. That's the most important thing you can do. It's pretty much, it's pretty much always the most important thing you can do is coming up with a good expansion. It can be hard in the single player mindset that you don't really have to take stuff very fast, but any advantage you get out of a strategy that isn't focused on early expansion, you would get the same benefit by having the resources from the expansion.
Well, I play my games basically because like I want as much resources as possible as quickly as possible, so I do just try to expand super quickly. But I mean, but then like I fucking run into the enemy nations, and it just feels like they're so much stronger than me somehow. I feel like I'm just bad at managing my units.
Well, you might very well be bad at managing your units. So how to actually like control your units on the battlefield is quite its own little art form. Let's see. Shock resistance maybe? You don't have a shock malice. That's like every other giant has a shock malice, but you don't have a shock malice.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But it might still maybe a shock resistance just so you can fire lightning into your own guys. Okay. I think that's it's a very, very boring build, but for me that's fine. What shall our god's name be? There we go. All right, so I've got the god loaded. So you have to make a god. You have to make a disciple, not a god. I'm the god. Now in a disciple game versus a normal game, you cannot make a prophet because you are my prophet.
Okay. Dude, the fucking sorcerer fucking sucks. He's just some dude.
Sorcerer? Okay. So just some dude can be really strong.
The
because
new magic
you can
pass
make
cost
you
very
can
low.
make them like very magical.
Yeah.
Please do not play Master Lich.
So I like liches.
So your nation can go underwater.
Yeah.
You don't start off with a commander who can go underwater, but you can recruit them. Your big kings can do so.
Mm-hmm.
Having a Fomorian sorcerer or having a big snake or something who can lead them underwater, that's a great price cost for a new pass.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think you're ready to play a sorcerer expander, which is perhaps the most baller of all the expander types. And I've been in the shop working on that strategy for years at this point, literal years. There's like some ones you can kind of make work with the Enkidu factions. They've got a big guy who's goes out and you can like cast battlefield spells to try to expand. That generally never works out. Dragons can expand. You're gonna want an expander. By expander, an expander is a god who can take provinces.
Okay.
Every god should be able to take a province as like part of a package deal. But expander god is exceptional in the fact that they can take a province by themselves, hopefully.
Was wondering if that was what you meant.
And not just like a province, but like one that your nation would struggle with. And that can be different depending on the nation. So one common problem in the independent type is the barbarian. Have you encountered the barbarians? You understand the barbarians and the horrors of the barbarian? The dudes with the big swords and mauls.
I'm sure I've ran into them. I can't recall.
Well, they hit really hard, and so you can't like rely on protection tanking versus them. Even if you like make your guys really defensive, they will still get, smashed. But if you have a nation that has a ton of archers, they're no big deal.
Makes sense.
That's just how it goes. Okay, so the great one. So your bless that you're going to receive is 5 shock res and 5 attack skill.
Okay.
So not a huge bless to carry you, but you can take something like an earth snake is the easiest one to learn with, but that doesn't mean that's what you got to do here. The worm is very strong at expanding, which is the farthest top left. That it can regenerate, but you should pick one that's cool, and we can make it work. Just don't pick a human.
Okay.
Humans, humans are part of a strategy that's often that makes a little bit more sense for a god to do, since you can stack a bunch of paths on them, and then you can use that to hit a bunch of bless points. But because of the way that disciple works, it doesn't really work out. You can use them for like sight searching or to cast specific spells. So like with your nation from Moria, you have access to that one spell, the national only, the summon the black dogs very early, and the summon the Bargas, and you can like make a god whose goal is like, I'm going to research to that, and I'm going to summon a bunch of them, and have like a bless built around that. Or a god whose goal is to very much cast a specific spell that your nation doesn't have access to. It's a little bit more relevant in like a competitive multiplayer environment, because you will know what nations you're playing before you lock in what your god is. You lock in the nations, and then you can adjust your gods. So you can be like, okay, I'm playing this guy. I know that they're going to have way more, they're going to be sending a ton of fire damage at me, so I need to be able to cast rain, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm probably going to pick a dragon.
Okay, dragons are excellent. So the dragons in order of ballertude, the earth dragon, that guy, probably number 1, simply because he's got earth magic, and so he'll have slightly higher prot. Okay, I have this great, one of the only like YouTube videos I've ever uploaded is of me winning a game in the first year with a dragon, because there was a patch where you could take the air bless that increases the range of your shots, and it would affect the dragon breath. And so like the green dragon with the dragon gas, he would just like blink at the map and they would all die, right? Very sick. Green dragon, very good. As an expander, he can cast personal regeneration. Once he's got some magic paths, you'll be able to take a second magic path because you're playing a pretender. Most of the time, if you're trying to play like a very serious normal one player, like one per team god, you can't really afford to give them new paths because the paths cost 80, and then you're going to be like locking yourself out of a decent bless. But because I'm responsible for the bless, you can take a god and you will be able to give them a monster a second path. So you can do some very interesting things with that. Earth, you can do like the earth nature paths to empower yourself and make yourself stronger. Fire, you could give yourself a fire shield, which will help you if you're surrounded by things. That's a very good one against players who are going to use air elementals. A fire shield that naturally burns all the air elementals as they attack you is like the perfect counter. That's also fire elementals' best use is countering air elementals.
Okay.
There's a little bit of a rock, paper, scissors.
When does the rock come in?
So rock is the worst.
No.
Unfortunately. Yeah, rock's the worst. Water will probably beat a rock. Water is the strongest underwater, but they're also pretty good on land because they have armor piercing attacks.
Okay.
Yeah. That can be a good way to kill an enemy god, is use water elementals because they have armor piercing if they're trying to prot tank. Which is another reason why trying to stack your sacreds to be like really powerful defensively it has a limit. Like there's only so much you can do towards that. So that's why something like increasing your repel chance with attack boosting can be really good, because it's got a value besides the purely defensive one. Yeah, pick a god. Pick a god. Pick a, you know, you won't be locked in.
I'm thinking, Drago Lich, because that's baller.
Drago Lich is a very good expander, and they're also able to get underwater, which is something you'll want to do. Now, they're not actually a Lich as an immortal. Be aware of that. Just because they can transform into a Lich, they don't get
yeah.
they don't reform their body, which is a good thing because does it cost less than a Lich now? It costs less than a Lich, doesn't it? They slapped a huge debuff on
Yes.
all the immortal nations. Like there was like their last major thing they did to the game is they made them far more expensive, and that was all just to nerf the Demi Lich.
I love
And
the Demi Lich. He's so base.
What he does, yeah, he's very OP. But that's part of Dominions, things being OP. Earth Snake has been nerfed every generation. I have won 2 multiplayer games where I took the Earth Snake, and I've lost 0 multiplayer games where I did not, where I took the Earth Snake. And the Earth Snake is like still so good, and he's like 120 points more than he was in 4.
I remember fucking it like in 5, whatever. Whenever like Independence had like the Giga Earth Snakes, like they just like always annihilate me. Really annoying.
Yeah, it's very hard to deal with an Earth Snake. You need to know what you're doing. You need to know how to use magic. Because like a couple air elementals can lock him down permanently with stuns.
Okay.
Right? So it's like if you know how to do it, then it's easy. It's trivial. But Dominions is mostly a hours check. How many hours can you waste playing this game? And how many hours have you already wasted playing this game?
The sunken cost. Fuck.
Yeah.
Spend 1 trillion more hours on this fucking game. Fuck.
Well, you don't, because you can always just ask me. I'm serious. Like, the hours I've spent in the shop where it's like, okay, this enemy has beaten me on one front. I need to make like 30 test games to see what I can do to like get out of here.
Is there a good way
one
to test?
spell that can save me? Yeah, there's like an arena mod, which is like a map. Okay. And you load like both the nations in, and it comes with like researcher. It's an okay way to test.
Okay.
The best way to test is to simply simulate it all in your head.
Yeah, in J
because
style.
you know what everything does. But yeah, next time more salt. But the second best is to put in the hours. Okay. All right, so you start with 2 death. What can death magic get you? What does death get you? What do you know about death?
I know it's for summoning MFers, reanimation.
So yeah, death is the premier summoner spell.
Mm-hmm.
This is premier summoner path. Why use your powerful magic to make a powerful, creature when you can find a dead one, dig it up, and bind it to servitude?
Bargus?
Death has cross path summons. Oh yeah, true. You got your Barghast.
Yeah.
Death Air. If you go with a Death Air, you'll be able to use the Dance of the Morrigans, which is the strongest spell in the game, probably. It's definitely not. No, I guess. It's probably the strongest non-9. I'd say it's definitely a strong one. If you could have it up, you would like to have it up. Every turn, some flying Valkyries will descend and kill your enemies. Or no, that's the other one. This is show me. Why do they not show me the stats on the Morrigans?
I don't like that some of these are like super vague.
Yeah, well, when you're in the in-game descriptions are super vague. But on the inspector, you can often find what it's actually talking about. Dance of the Morrigans, for some reason, doesn't show it, but if you do the summon, you can see them. They're spear wielding. They are flying. They have spirit sight. They can carry your bless, but because they come into the battle over turns, you're not likely to bless them unless you have your god present or someone to cast divine blessing. Because it'll be hard to bless them, but it is a thing. Or if you have a bless, that doesn't need a blessing. Like if you have larger, they'll naturally be larger.
Okay.
But it's very powerful because it's like an infinitely summoning thing.
Oh, okay.
Right.
That's sick.
That just summons constantly more of them. And a lot of the like late game meta is around enchanting the battlefield and making your dude who can do it as strong as possible. My last game that I played, the very last turns of it, I had a non-dimensional castle in the void, and I walked my army of Greek scholars through it, and we had one powerful guy who would channel all the other minds to stop time, which is like a battlefield enchantment, and then master and slave all our opponents' minds and steal their whole armies. We got this out 3 times, but then we got outplayed by someone who did kind of the same thing, but they used a slightly faster setup to cast their time stop first.
Hell yeah.
They didn't have to channel before casting the first time stop, which let them do it on the turn while we're channeling. But I was a sub in that game, so I wasn't really trying to win, so It was fine that they won that. So subbing is where you take over for someone else in a multiplayer game.
Okay.
Who has quit, because a lot of people crash out.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the nicest. It's kind of like very good karma if you sub into games, and you can play around and you can lose, and it's not that big a deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you kind of would feel bad if you won, if it was like late in the game and you just show up and you're like, oh hey.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like you're tagging out, and it's like your buddy wins. I think that's fine, but you're not buddies though. Assumedly. Are you buddies
Small
with
community.
the guy you're tagging out with?
I often will. I'm more likely to tag in for someone I'm buddies with.
Okay.
If I've played with someone and they finished the game and were respectful in our game, and then for some legitimate reason they need to tag out of a game, I'm far more likely to say yes or volunteer. Yeah, right. Like if you needed to be subbed out of a game, well, it'd probably be a beginner game, and I'd feel awkward. But okay, so death magic. Let's get into the game, but let's pick your cross path first. So death air, very useful. There's like cloud of death spells. There's like spells where you like bring death. Like you spread like disease. There's like a big death air cloud type attack. Death and some of the other elements can create unique summons. Like death and water, you can summon the frozen undead, ancients. So if you really wanted to get water in your nation, having death water on your god can let you do that. If your nation doesn't already have water, because you can summon these guys. If you can find a cold mountain province. If you go with a death earth, you can summon things from like caves and stuff, or deserts. Or maybe that's fire. I think death fire. You can summon like someone from the wastes. So there's like, and which is like, it's very meta knowledge. They don't even tell you what the shit does in the game. But mainly Death's #1 spell is right there: Horde of Skeletons, Enchantment 5. And that can be that's Conjuration you're in, but I'm at the stream delay, right?
Okay, I'm looking at it.
So Stream from Hades gets you the Koitos summons, which is pretty good because they can break you into a lot of other paths. You can use them to summon like a Naiad, who you can then use to make gear that you then wear the gear, and then you can cast Mother Oak, and then boom, bada boom, you're a nature powerhouse. That's the kind of schizo shit like a Dominions player will talk about. Like they know
I do like the stuff that summons commanders. It's a good bit.
You'll learn how to summon literally every magic path from like a low level. You kind of can figure out like what you need to do. You should do some stretches.
Yeah, I'm stretching right now, just in my chair.
Neck crack. Horde of Skeletons, very strong. So, do you know how spell fatigue works?
Not really.
So, the fatigue cost is reduced okay, your level. Let's say your level is X.
Okay.
Well, okay, your level higher than the path's requisite is X. Okay, you've got that
Okay.
X in your mind. You're imagining X. Okay, 1 divided by X is the amount of fatigue that it costs you.
Okay. So if
So
you're
if you have
2 above,
at one it's 2. So X plus 1.
okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, X plus 1. Okay, so at 1 above, it's half the cost. At 2 above, it's a third the cost. So it doesn't like go to nothing, right?
Okay.
A third
Yeah,
of
yeah,
40
yeah.
is still pretty
But
substantial.
it goes pretty low.
But it can get pretty low. And Horde of Skeleton spamming is when you can get it down low enough that you can keep casting it like every turn. And it's very hard to beat that. It's very hard to beat that because it's like the constant, like a normal human troop will exhaust themselves out fighting down your wave of undead. And you can do that by either having a very high magic path so that it's very low. Do you know what you regenerate on fatigue a turn?
No.
Let's get into the game before I
Okay,
get into
okay,
all this.
well,
You get 5 fatigue back a turn when you're unconscious. But when you're conscious, you only get 1 point a turn. So you will straddle the line of like consciousness and unconsciousness, casting it.
what the hell?
But you can use like reinvigoration to make it better. But then also there's if you're wearing armor and fuck this game. I hate it so much.
Okay, if I grab 2 air and dump the rest into death, does that sound okay?
2 air gets you. You already have air on the name. How much was that? How high does that get your death?
My death is 2 by default.
Right, how high does 2 air and all death get you?
10? Oh, wait, no. A 7.
7 and 2, that's very high. Take 4 air instead.
4 air? Okay.
Because 4 air will let you cast storms, which will be able to make all your druids able to cast storm power, which will raise their air level by 1. So you can do like you can like lead an incredibly powerful army with that. Is like he can come in and support them in that way in the mid game.
Okay. So is that good?
That's 4/5. 4/5, great. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. That's all well and good.
I like
then.
plate 2. That sounds fun.
Let's see. Let me choose. I'm gonna set our enemies here. I think on this map.
Do you mind if I be right back really quick?
Yeah. I'll watch chat.
Okay.
Hi. Get out of here, Ratty. How's everybody doing? I'm gonna be playing Muspelheim today, which is the Fire Giants. I hope that this works. Let's see. We'll select our enemies. We won't just leave it to random chance. Niflheim for the thematic fight for me, and I'll give them Oceania. I think there's like 9 water provinces on the map. I think they're all together. I forget which map I selected. But that'll give somewhere for Ratty to learn how to attack into the water, which is a very valuable lesson. Let's see. Who's gonna match up well against air magic? Let's see. Maybe we can teach him birds. No, wait, let's see. Abyssia could teach him how to fight a specific nation, and then what about birds? No, we gotta put the Weeb nation in. Let's give him a Yomi. Let's give him an Abyssia and a Yomi. No, Yomi needs to be the god because they got that Dominion thing going on. Their Dominion has a special effect. No, do you need that on them? I actually don't know how that works with them. Let's see. Yeah, let's do Abyssia and maybe the birds. Learning how to fight birds can be useful. And what am I gonna do for thrones? let's see. It's like a 90 tile map. 15. We got 6 players.
Okay.
90 divided by 16. 15. Let's say we'll want maybe 1 per guy. 6, 3. And that'll give us 11. We'll set the win count to 6. That should be fine. I was hello, welcome back.
Hello.
I will be upping the AI to difficult.
Okay.
That might not be high enough, but oh no, I didn't save. You can use Control S to save your god design.
Okay.
So in case and you should. So in case anything happens, it's quicker to get back. Not that it's very hard to make a disciple, but
wait, if I were to press create, would it take me back to my current god, or would it override it?
See, the thing is, if you can't load it in, then you have to be able to hit the load and then load. So you might need to redo that and then just press Control S and.
Okay, I'll just do that then. It'll only take a second.
Okay, I need to.
Okay. It has been done.
Okay, now I'll let you. Would you rather? You would rather avoid having horrible misfortune, I imagine. You like.
I would rather avoid having horrible misfortune. That's true.
Okay.
Is that or what is that? Are you just spending your Dominion points now?
I was adjusting the scales.
Yeah.
Also, I forgot to save it again. I made it and I forgot to save it again. Okay, this time for real. Yeah, I'm adjusting the scales. So, if you are playing a multiplayer game, you should learn what the scales, what the settings of the map are gonna be, and then you should do test games on it so that you know exactly how many of the birds and hammers you need to make the expansion parties that you want to play with. Which, that's not something we're doing, but and that's not something you can really realistically do in just playing by yourself or whatever, but it does affect things greatly if you know exactly, after I've cleared my starting cap circle, will my capital be able to make as many of my sacreds as it possibly can every turn, and that should be your goal. Okay, Control S.
Usually I just dump into Dominion because
I know. I saw the
yeah,
5. You should have that's okay. I've loading the player. Hello, is that
he's loading?
Okay, I am loaded in. The question mark is because I've loaded a thing. So you click on the Femoria load, and you should load in the god you have made.
Okay.
Or it should just be there.
I mean, it's fine on my screen.
It's fine on your screen. Why is it not fine on mine? All nations are not in the correct era. Huh?
I believe I made mine in the.
Yeah, I think so. Wait, Femoria is Niflheim is Muspelheim is Oceania. Oceania isn't. Abyssia is in every age. Did I have the wrong Calum? No. Of course, we're in the. Is the Pretender God Muslim? The Pretender was uploaded by player ID 0. Am I? What do you mean the nations are not in the correct era? Yeah, definitely is. I don't. For some reason, my start game button is grayed out. Oh, the game is set to the wrong era. Like in general, maybe I have the game set to the wrong era. How are we selecting then? What is going on? Uh, let, let me. Okay, I'm gonna start a new one.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know where I went wrong, but same password. Early age. Did I do the password wrong? Why can I not get in?
There's a lot of fucking games going. What the hell?
A lot of them are dead.
Oh.
Don't believe them. Where did?
Oh, okay. That's sad. You're walking in the ruins of a civilization long since past.
No, there are a lot of players. There are a lot of players. It isn't that. It isn't that. Where did? Why is it not? Is it? It's got to be something wrong with me. I literally just made the room. It should be Ratty 2.
Ready to.
Not there. Not there. Not there. Would you like to make the room? And we I can walk you through making a room.
I can probably. I think I know.
Okay. Maybe we should have figured this out before.
Same password.
Yeah.
So what? Difficult AI.
Are you create
It should be
the
open.
stream delay?
It's just called Churl.
Churl. Okay. So yeah, so in the game settings,
Okay. Yes.
you're gonna wanna let. Oh wait, but you don't have the maps. You don't have the maps.
Oh, that's
loaded.
true. That's okay.
I wonder if that was part of the problem.
Oh, I mean, I could just download it really quick. If you tell me which map you wanted to use, and then
okay.
you if you want, you could try to make it again.
It's okay. I'll make it work. New map. I mean, new lobby. Just rat. No password.
No password. That's crazy.
No one's gonna.
Little do you know. What? Oh wait. Whoops. No. This is not a disciple game, sir.
Yeah, I need to make a disciple game. Disciple game.
Dude,
Okay.
fucking, it feels like the Dominion's network is so fucked up. Okay, here we go.
Well, okay, they didn't even have this back in
fucking the land.
It was all through sites processing emails.
Yeah, dude, the email play shit is like fucked up. It's crazy.
It works.
I guess it is that type of game.
As someone who lives out in the middle of nowhere, it being a play by email thing was great. Okay, now it's working. Now I'm able to load in.
Okay.
I don't know what it was. It might have been because I set the nations of the AI, so we'll just leave them by default. I had like picked ones for thematically teaching you how to do stuff, but it'll be fine. 6 on this map. I got the one thing set there. Let's up magic site frequency just for. Oh, we gotta set the story events to maximum. So there are certain story events which you will normally play with them off. I think that's cringe to play with them off myself. But
the story events make give the game a time limit, don't they?
There's a option called Cataclysm, which is different than the story events. Cataclysm is kind of like the biggest. Okay, it should be. It's starting. Cataclysm is when is it me or does Charlie hang on with a lot of rats? It's you. Cataclysm is the coolest thing ever.
I hate time limits.
But the game should not actually reach then, but it's very fun to play then. So as the game approaches a time limit, and there's randomness there, you don't actually the time limit isn't a hard time limit. Okay? The game doesn't end on the turn. What happens is the veil between the Rild of the Pantocrator, which is the game you play Dominions, is set in the Rild of the Pantocrator. It is surrounded by the veil that protects it from the horrors outside.
Yeah, like
and that's why that's why it's not even a can we all get along kind of thing when you're okay. So let's see if the game functioned. Also, read us the start. It's your stream. You got to read it. You got to read it.
Whoops, okay. In the beginning, there was chaos. Out of chaos arose worlds populated with multitudes of beings. Wars were fought, kings and emperors rose and fell, and civilizations were built and crumbled as millennia passed. Gods, dark and strange, were worshipped in pagan temples. Still, there was chaos. The gods fought amongst themselves, bringing even greater ruin to those who would serve them. At last there was one, a being of great power and enlightenment, who rose above his immortal peers and cast them out of the heavens into oblivion. From chaos came order, and with order came peace, and the creatures of the world flourished. The age of chaos had ended. Now the wheel...
Chills.
Now the wheel has turned once again. The supreme god has suddenly disappeared. Prayers are left unanswered, and the smoke of offerings rises in vain to the heavens. No one knows why he disappeared, but it is certain that the people of the worlds are once again left without direction, without guiding principle, without order. Now it is the time for beings of great power and ambition to try their strength. The throne of the heavens stands empty, and only the strongest can rise to supremacy over all. Only the most powerful can ascend to take the place of he who came before. This is a time of great strife and suffering. This is a time of magic unequaled. This is the Ascension Wars.
Indeed. So, like I was saying with the Cataclysm, if nobody wins, then the horrors come through and they eat every living soul in the dimension.
Okay.
So it's very existential that you do now need to, try to rise up and become the victors so that, your people will be the, chosen ones in the world for thousands of years, and you won't be the slave to some other powerful being who could be absolutely terrible.
But
so I love that. I love that. I love the world setting.
If that's the case, then why was the veil not already destroyed before the
because the Pantocrator was there.
But there was a time where he wasn't though.
And before that, there was another Pantocrator. It's a circle. It's a wheel.
I see. Okay.
And they go back in time and create yourself. There's lots of lore on. There's lots of headcanon on whether or not it is a circle. Who was the last winner? Who was the Pantocrator's chosen before he disappeared? There's thoughts that it was Ermor. And that would the human Rome, they were the number ones, and the Jesus XP they have was the prophet of the Pantocrator. Anyway, that's Dominion's iceberg shit. That's Dominion's iceberg. Okay, so on your first turn in a Dominion's game, you never blind expand. Let me be very clear with that. You don't blind expand, even though you have a god who's strong. I just want you to know that there is there's a subset of people who will blind expand, and I want you to know that that's wrong, and we shame them. Okay.
Is it because there could be 500 million units on this square. If I just run
which you could beat with the right god. 500 million units is very beatable. But there could also be 10 skeletons, which might not be beatable if you're relying on fear to win or something, right? So it's more that there could be a counter there, and then you've thrown the game, and then you've ruined the game for everyone else playing. If you're playing by yourself, you can soul blind expand. And I've had a lot of very successful blind expands playing solo, right? And I could have easily gotten away with it in multiplayer, but the time you don't, you've just ruined the game for everyone. And if you do succeed at it, then you succeed unfairly, right? But let's go over what you have as info on turn 1. So, firstly, you have the names of the provinces next to you. Those aren't very important, but depending on the era, they might be.
Oh,
In
because of
middle and late age,
there's like specific provinces that have like specific sites.
no, not particularly, but you see how you have information on Sitla, the farmland adjacent to Tiash. You have that because you have followers in Tiash,
Oh.
or I have followers, but they're in the faction, right? And you see one tile away. In middle age, you'll see 2 tiles away because there's a more advanced communication network and people know more about the world.
Okay.
And in the late age, you see 3 tiles away. And so in late age, in a multiplayer context, you will usually be able to see a tile that another player can also see. And so you can work out where you're located and where your opponents are located. And you can you can metagame very hard. Not that most people do not do that. It's very rare. Most people who play this game do not treat it that way. It is not a competitive game. It's a roguelike that you can play with your friends. But yeah, you do know the income of the province and the population. So you can see that Tiash has 5,000 people, which is small. It's just above the very small amount of people. But you can kind of see that because it's a swamp, there'll be different types of indies there. You might change how you recruit based on if you wanted to take it or not. If you were next to a farmland and you got very good info on their population and you saw that, you might change your mind. Because it is in your candles, it's an easier province for you to take. So that's also something you consider. A province that has your candles, i.e., go to your options page, and on the map filters, turn on all of the map filters. The income box is pretty important.
Oh yeah.
And then you'll see, there's a candle there. You can see that only in provinces that you have a candle or that you own. Anyway, that is a thing. What else?
Why is it easier to take it?
You will have +1 morale.
Okay.
In places where your god is worshipped, you have +1 morale. In neutral provinces, it's a 0. And in provinces where an enemy is worshipped, you actually have -1 morale. And morale is very important in fighting indies because it affects when you break versus when they break and run, right?
Yeah.
So, what is your starting army?
Uh,
Let's take a look at your starting force. The starting force you start with is a very big asset.
what did I just do?
Some nations have good ones, some nations have terrible ones. I'm pretty sure from Moria gets slingers and... There we go.
Slingers and warriors for Bolg.
Right. So the Furbolg are not the worst humans, but they are not great. They are going to do well against unarmored people because of the slings, and they'll do very well against unhatted people because rocks do blunt force damage. A lot of builds will be based around your sacreds. Even our build is based around our sacreds. That doesn't mean that they're what you recruit first, though. Let's pull up your recruitment page. The very first turn and the second turn are not. You don't play them by the same strategy you play the rest of the game by, because it's often more important simply to have larger numbers. It depends on the nation, right? Some nations don't get very good recruits no matter what. Like my nation, I get a choice between 5 medium-sized giants or 3 super giants as my first recruitment. So it's a little bit different of a dilemma. For you, you could get a whole bunch of slingers, which is going to be a lot more, DACA coming out than if you got, just your big giants. Even though our build is built around the giants, and you are going to want to get as many of those as you can, not so on the first turn, because every body on the field in the first fight is going to be adding to your morale, is going to be adding to trying to kill them before they do enough damage. And since your units won't be only the one tanky defensive unit, you'll have other units die while you're good a while, but then
He cut out.
It's whatever you can get like the most of, probably.
You cut
Though
out, but
the
I get the
Fabo-
idea.
Yeah. If you press shift and you
Yeah.
click on one, it will recruit 10
Oh, yeah,
at a
yeah.
time.
So you would recommend the slingers?
Click on them first. Let's see how many you can get.
Oh, click. Okay.
If you have like way more recruit resources after you've like looked at them all, then maybe you think about something else, or mixing in a few more resource intensive units.
We can get quite a few, like at least like 30, I think. Okay, not as many of these. Oh wait.
So that, and then you also get maybe a few of the resource intensive units along with them. So looking at that is, so the more resources they have, generally the more armor they're gonna have. But yeah, you can see like that's a huge difference in the number of bodies, right?
Yeah.
And while they might not be the best matchup for certain enemies, your dragon will probably be the better matchup for those ones anyway.
Mm-hmm. So you just have the slingers take out the fucking noobs and like the whatever.
Well, take out units who would be problematic for other units. So your big strong guys, if they had to fight barbarians, they're going to get surrounded because there's only a small number of them in the early game, and they'll be chopped up. Whereas if a big guy chops up a slinger, it's no big loss.
Yeah,
right?
because you can make 100 of them
So
in a turn.
So you don't know exactly what you're going to be up against on the first turn because it's blind, right? So it could be like a total mismatch. Everyone around you has shields and helmets. But I think that slingers are a good one. Now, there's a lot of discourse on whether or not you recruit a mage every turn right away from the beginning of the game. In 4 and 5, that was considered, and even more so in 3, 2, and 1, that was considered the best strategy. But mages got 50% more expensive on average across the board between 5 and 6.
Okay.
And unit sizes of enemy provinces got bigger as well due to population increase and other things. So that is no longer, I think, as strong, and getting a second castle as soon as possible is more valuable in 6 than in 5 and 4. So it generally will come down to what you have available. Druids are just so good that it can be justifiable, but yeah, I'd recruit max slingers. And you, so what's your commander's commander level?
What?
That you have available that you start with?
Does it?
Can you do lines, or can you only do squares?
Oh,
Because you might consider getting Numidian Champion. I think is a very good.
Where would I see commander level?
So, and you click on a commander.
Oh wait. Oh.
It's under leadership.
Oh.
So, leadership of 80 is generally the leadership where they can lead lines. It's not a hard rule. It isn't actually tied to the leadership. It's tied to the body. So the body of someone who can lead 80 is the body of someone who can lead lines. But your leadership can change by experience levels and other things that won't give you the ability to lead lines. So obviously your super god kings, they can lead lines.
Yeah.
And you would love to have one. It costs more than you start with though, so that ain't happening.
So wait, so you're saying these guys with the shields could probably lead lines?
Oh, they can lead multiple formations. They got the, okay, actually, you know what the banner tells you? So look at the banner next to leadership. If it has a gold star, they can lead lines. If it has a silver star, then they cannot lead lines.
Oh, wait, okay, I see.
Yeah, no, that's a good one to base it off of.
Okay.
Now, slingers don't necessarily need line formation. It does mean line formation when your archers are firing into their archers, you'll win, right? Because so many more of their shots are going to miss. Well, skirmisher position even better, but then your morale takes a hit, and then it can be beneficial to have good morale. So when they have no stars at all, they're not leading very many troops at all. But okay, so so that guy gets you 100, and he's like a unit you're not gonna be able to get later. I'd say a Numidian champion is a great first turn recruit.
Okay.
He's stealthy. He's got magic paths that are kind of special. An unmarked champion is also a good one. he takes a lot of resources, but since you are resource rich on your first turn, he is also cheaper than a Numidian champion. But yeah, so.
But
if you are considering if you're going up against a player, right? If you have an unmarked champion as your commander and you're using them to lead your early expansion with like human troops, they can select fire large monster on their archers and take them out. That's the kind of thing you got to like think about. Also, enemy archers will see your protection level. So because the Numidian champion is heavily armored, you'll far less likely for them to take random pot shots and be defeated. Well, the Numidian champion has a big ass shield, so I'm gonna use the bathroom really quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
But when you're done, hit E, and wait, we need to choose active researcher. Frick. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. I think I'll choose. Wait. I guess I'm going to be sending this guy out, then I may as well choose the cheaper unit, but it feels less bad when he gets fucking killed. If he gets killed. I would like to get the Numidian guy, because he's also a researcher, and he does know magic. And he's also a priest. Is this guy a priest? No, you can't say that. This guy's also a priest. Okay, but we only have like 2 commanders that can lead line. That's kind of annoying. No, maybe it's like 3. This guy can lead, that guy can lead, and then this guy can lead. These motherfuckers, these other MFers cannot. But yeah, but he can't be researching if he's out and about, so. If I'm just looking for a guy to lead soldiers, then may as well get him, and then get 500 million slingers. And then...
Hello, I'm back.
Hello. May as well have my god research on the first turn, right?
Right, so what are we researching?
I would
yeah.
research conjuration myself.
Conjuration, so that'd be so you could rush your summons?
Yeah.
Now, an early summon strat can be really cool, and I think that there's some of the most fun strats to go with. The issue is, will you have enough gems to do it? Well, I share the death type with you. I get some death gems, so I can funnel you death gems for that. So that can be like part of your strategy when you're doing a disciple game, is you're like, oh, I'll take those gems, and you take those gems. But since you have an expander, what you actually want to do is look at the spells you're going to want your god to cast in battle. So you have air, so the primary spell you're looking for is Personal Mistform.
Personal Mistform. That does sound very good. Would that be
being made out of mist is one of the better things that you could have as a trait. It's going to be under Alteration, and it's going to be Alt 2. So it's fairly quick, and if you were playing with one of the mods that people do play with, which lets you get your early game research not random, but it gives you a bunch of 50 research dies in 1 turn wisps, you can like guarantee that you'll start. You started with it! You started with it, you absolute baller. So we don't share research levels. Okay, so that would be like the luckiest thing that could happen to you ever, is you start with like the ideal spell. So that's like saves you, 150, 100, we're playing with like easier research levels, but it didn't seem 50, to translate into 60. Higher ones. But yeah, so normally it's like 50, 100, then 200, it starts off at number and then it timeses.
Okay.
But yeah, so Personal Mistform makes it so you're just not going to take damage unless it's a very big hit. So you can fight like infinite chaff. They did add a 1% chance that it will just pop, though. That used to not be a thing, and you could pretty reliably just never, ever get defeated. But
or by a magical.
Okay. Yeah, so that's another great reason to have like magic weapons, and why like you have those few magical troops in your normal little human bros. They can really like save your life.
Okay. Okay, so I got that. Awesome. So I would want to put. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Nothing. I was just looking at my own stuff.
So I would want to like go to him, go to the army setup, have him cast that first in battle.
Have him cast it first, and then so now we're looking at what your next spell is gonna be. So the strongest spell that you're gonna have for making your god very powerful would be Soul Vortex at Alteration 6, which is a death spell that drains fatigue and health from those around you, which lets you like fly in and be nigh unkillable. The fatigue is very important because it lets you just keep casting. And you can even like use your own troops as like HP batteries to cast crazy stuff. That's Alt 6, so we're not going there now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you could consider what's a good one?
Would do undead people get fatigue?
They don't get fatigue from moving around.
Okay.
You're not going to get fatigue from fighting, which is a very good strength of the Dracolich. But you do get fatigue from casting spells or from what your enemy does to you.
Okay.
Which can be things that fatigue you, and that's one way to like defeat you. Okay, so what else you have? You are maybe enchantment, because enchantment gives you horde skeletons, which you know you're a big dragon, so why would you go for that particularly? But you have other death mages. It also would give you. Does that give you Cloud Trapeze more? Yeah, okay. So enchantment 4 gives Cloud Trapeze, and enchantment also gives the summoning skeletons. So let's say path to enchantment 4.
Okay. Dude, horde skeleton seems really good.
Actually.
Cause yeah, it's free. It doesn't cost any fucking gems, and yeah, you just get to fucking spawn a bunch of
Horde skeletons. Yeah, horde skeletons is very, very, very strong. Very strong. Conjuration is also. If we were actually playing. Actually, let's play this like we're really playing it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Play this like we're playing a multiplayer game. Conjuration would let you have air elementals in your first war. As well as your death summons. So actually, let's go for Conjuration. Let's go for Conjuration 5, because you already have Alt 2 for Personal Mistform. So go for Conjuration 5.
Okay.
I mean, Conjuration 3 is like the first break point on that, but that would be the most strong you could be in your first war, which is something you want to go for. A lot of magic is countered with other magic, so what you choose to go with first and like second and really rushing towards those is going to be the only time in the game where you really have a spell that they probably don't have an answer for. Whereas in like the later game, they may not have like a great answer for it,
but they'll have
but they will probably at least have something, right?
Mm-hmm.
What am I doing? What am I researching? I have fire mages. I could go with. Let's just go with Evo, so I can kind of teach you some Evo. Okay. All right. I've submitted my turn.
I shall do the same. I think I don't need to do anything this turn.
Yeah. Now the game will actually begin. Now, how long has the stream been? It's been like an hour.
Hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah. It takes a while.
First precept. Bye. Oh wait, did I do something?
So
was I not supposed to do that?
Huh?
It's still on the first turn. Wait, what did I? E is to end turn, right?
Did you E is in turn. You clicked back in. Just hit E again.
Yes.
I think. Don't worry, the game won't roll while I'm.
Okay. And then do I press? Yes.
You're on the right turn.
Play turn is for Moria. Oh yeah, turn 2. Okay.
Play turn is for Moria. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you join back in while the game's rolling and you don't like actually stop it, if you wanted to like emergency stop it, you'd join back in and then you'd press escape and you'd be like, mark turn is unfinished and exit, and then you would join back. That's the I have certainly had to do that. Okay, there's a battle. Let's take a look at the battle. So there was a throne immediately next to me. So what I did was I attacked it with my scout.
Let me see.
which is a very good thing to do so that you can know exactly what you should be building for, so you can take that throne.
Oh wait, I did not see it. Okay, your scout just ran away. As you
Yes. Yeah. So we can see that I can see that there's death mages here that are gonna try to skelly spam using death gems. That's pretty limited. There's a circle master who can skelly spam, and there is a sorcerer who can skelly spam.
Okay.
There's a black steel helmet I have a chance to drop. The drop chance on magic items is based on their tier. Sometimes you'll see a spot and it will be so powerful that you don't even want to take the province because you want to get the magic item and you want to maximize your chances to do so.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
But that's not very often, but there are a few. Okay, let's take a look at what information we have now. Let's take a look at your province. So you see 84 with the ghouls and long dead. That's one that could have killed your god if you walked into it, right? Because they're not going to run away. The ghouls actually will, but the long dead wouldn't run away. So you would be like breathing your breath, which does give fatigue you. Even if you are an undead, it'll get you up to 50 fatigue. And fatigue also affects your stats and things. So, of course it does. Of course it does. And the stat drop from fatigue is not shown anywhere. It's not shown anywhere. You don't see it on the unit. You can't click on it and see it. You got to know it. It never tells you. But like every 10 levels you lose a defense and and an attack or something. I don't know. Anyway. But okay, so we see that to your left is Shark Tribe Titans. Those are particularly dangerous to a lot of gods attacking them, but you'll be well suited. They use coral daggers, which are good because they can stack up poison, but as a Draco Lich, you're not very susceptible to that. They also go berserk, so they don't run away as easily. That's like the shark element to them. So that's a province that you could take. The troll north of you is going to be a very good one for your sacreds to take later because they hit so hard that the regen doesn't matter.
Okay.
But you can also take them with slingers and positioning them correctly. The Pegasus province with the Amazons, that one's a special one because it allows us to recruit sacreds.
Oh, really?
The Pegasuses, if you build a temple there, you can recruit the Pegasus, and the Amazons who go along with the Pegasuses are a very valuable recruit because they'll bring astral and air magic into your portfolio. So those are excellent finds. You fight wars over those. That kind of province is more common in EA than in LA.
Yeah.
So that's the difference between the nations. One thing that the late age has that the other nations don't really have, the other ages don't really have, is lots of recruitable scouts, because humans are like everywhere, and the humans will know the value of scouts, and so you'll conquer a place and have lots of scouts. You don't really get that in EA, but what you do get is the monkeys to your southwest. The monkey commanders are naturally stealthy, so that's a very excellent province.
Okay.
84 with the undead, those are the worst provinces that you can roll. Undead are hard to fight. They never run, they never break. So your people are going to be fighting to the last man. So you have to make sure that you don't break first. You're going to be very ill-suited to fight those with your slingers, because even though the slingers do very good damage against them, they won't break. They'll make it all the way to your line, right?
I guess if I was another nation, it'd be okay.
Other nations, it could be better, right? Yeah, other nations,
you just fucking spam priests and then they'll kill them all.
Well, priests are unfortunately commanders, so it can take a long time.
Yeah.
It's also a little bit harder to fight the undead in Disciple games because you're not going to have the free H3 priest that you get from having a prophet.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah, and they also, undead provinces, they're also worth far, far less, because when the game spawns a province with undead, they just kill 90% of the population.
Oh, okay. I
so
guess
the provinces are worthless. They're worthless. They have all that. Sometimes they might have sites in them that are worth more, but it's a plains province. So this is a very bad roll for that one, but that's okay. The other one, you got other good rolls. It happens. They're all takeable, which is good. Sometimes you'll run into like legendary named heroes with their own cohorts or things. which can be a good source of resource or something, but sometimes they're just awful. Fighting the Pegasus Riders is not going to be a this turn thing.
Yeah. I could take.
So you got to decide what you're going to do with your
Tritons
starting army.
with-
You can take the Titans with your god easily.
Yeah.
That's a free one, but that's something that your god can always go and pick up later. But it might be good to get under there because you're not going to have other units that can do it. So what are you going to do with your army, though? You should always plan to expand as fast as possible.
I'm thinking
you did talk about that something you want to do, but what do you think is like a good number to shoot for province-wise in like the first year?
how long are years? Is that 4 turns?
Each turn is a month, so that's like 12 turns.
I generally just expand until like I hit a wall, like just like there's like an insurmountable amount of independence or something.
Or you run into other nations.
Yeah. So probably at least like this this area at least. Whatever let's like cul-de-sac you'd call this, with the bordering water and the lakes. With this like straight here up north.
Well, obviously, more stuff is better than none. A lot of times, the goal that people shoot for in an actual multiplayer game is 12 to not consider yourself like completely out of it. So you got to make like a province a turn. But when you're testing in single player, you should try to be able to beat like 25 provinces in the first year, which is more than one a turn.
Yeah. I was about to say, wait, doesn't make sense, but no, you can obviously take more than one in a fucking turn.
Yeah, you take them, and then you also are going to be recruiting in like those provinces and taking with those units. So learning how to use indies is very hard. We're not shooting for that. This is not that. This is not that day. This is learning good habits from someone who's played more. But that we're just here to have fun. Let's
these
attack
two right now, basically. The Tritons and the monkeys.
Yeah, so the monkeys or the trolls are what you could take with your troops. Now you can play around the Amazons, and though the numbers might be different than you see. Do you know how the scouting report works?
Just a little bit. Like this is like this could be like 10 over, right?
It's like 20 to 30%.
I see.
And there's some little bits and tricks to like the number of types of units shown, but that's not important. But yeah, the trolls, that could be like 20 there, maybe, if it was like a very high roll on... If it was like a low roll from the amount, it could show you like a bunch more next turn. You can kind of average it out over a couple turns, but... to fight the Amazons in the future turns, what you're going to want is units who can survive against missile fire, because they fight through missiles.
Mm-hmm.
The priestesses are going to shoot you and stuff, and the Pegasus might fly onto you, but that's how they do it.
I'm more worried about the Pegasi fucking like killing my commander instantly.
Right, so what you do about that is you like have your troops on like hold in the back.
Yeah, and like body.
You have them in... If you have them in the spread out formation, the flyers will land in the middle of your troops and get -10 to their defense instantly and be completely destroyed. That's how you fight like flyers. I had tried when I was setting up the nations. I was like, oh, well, we'll put in a Calum so that you can practice against birds and see how that goes. It's also very hard to fight as the birds, but there's tons of tricks you can figure out. But yeah, commander sniping, very real. So let's do the monkey battle. Let's take a look at the scripting. What you're gonna do there.
Okay, so I'm just gonna... I guess I toss on these slingers. Yeah. And okay. So this guy doesn't have shit. So I would move them onto this guy, whatever. And then
I think I can wait. I can just look at the Discord. I was doing stream delay.
I was gonna mention that, but I didn't know if the delay was gonna be the same or not.
So when you are plotting your armies, you should always start with the assumption as far back as possible. And then you go from there to then come up with what you're actually going to do. But you should start at the base of farthest back possible. And the reason for that is, especially against indies, the AI's units are not going to have the same move speed, and they might break themselves up, especially against like infantry and heavy infantry, right? As if you're as far back as possible, the light infantry will reach you first, you'll cut them down, then the next batch, and you'll cut them down.
That makes sense. Yeah, because like move speed and stuff. Yeah.
Now, while it makes a lot of sense in our heads to have our melee troops ahead of our ranged troops, that isn't actually how Dominions works out.
Because of friendly fire. It's really fucking annoying.
Because of friendly fire, which is very fucking annoying, exactly. If your troops are like god tier precision masters and you exactly know where your enemies are going to be, perhaps because you've already pinged the province, because Indies will always keep the same orders, right? So you can kind of like time it in your head or whatever. You might like position them so that your archers will be like right behind the line, so their position will be very good and you won't have that problem. But you can also have your melee troops off to the side, and they'll come in and they'll be engaged with them, and your archers will still be firing, but they won't be firing through your line. That's another thing to do. And you can also put the melee troops behind your archers, and then they'll be kind of slowed and walk around or whatever. But then your troops will be scattered. They'll be like, dispersed. Your Fomorian commander can do 3 squads. So what I would say is break the archers into 2 squads.
Is there a quick way to select half?
No, but you press shift, you can drag.
Okay.
And after you play this game a lot, you will be surprised by how perfect or nearly perfect you are every time. Like 24 and 26. That's pretty good,
Okay. So
putting them on the wings, and then you could have the troops in the center.
Yeah. I'm thinking, personally.
But you could also, have the troops to one side, especially if you know the province in advance. Like if you have scouts, you can have them be pinging like every indie province, so you know exactly where they're going to be, which is incredible intel. And then when you're playing against other players, you can like Jedi mind them, right? Get them exactly and be like, haha, you didn't put anything on this flank, run my cavalry down, which is, you feel like a god when you win that way instead of like, oh, my bless was just much better than theirs into the matchup. So you're going to want to set yourself, setting yourself to hold, what does that do?
It holds for
gameplay wise,
which I don't know how long that is.
Also affects your speed, and it will negatively impact your first attack rate in melee.
Forever?
In the battle, yeah.
That's interesting.
It is interesting. It's not like something you need to play around per se. It's always better to like have the things in the right spot or whatever, but it is a thing. Because the indies always run forward, right? If you're holding, then their troops will get out of position more, and your troops will be in position more. So it generally is better to hold versus them. Archers and stuff, though, they're already gonna like stop when they get into range. So necessarily as important if you know exactly how it's gonna be. The monkeys use like sticks and stones, so it kind of, and they're gonna be in an undisciplined pattern, which if you play
they're
a ton,
all over the place.
You could use an undisciplined pattern if you did not have lines. It'd probably be okay. Lines are still probably better here. Sparse lines, you could also go sparse lines, because you're going to be receiving a ton of counterfire from the monkeys. So if you go into sparse lines, a lot less shots are going to be hitting you. So I would probably, I don't know, with the size of the enemies, it's all this little stuff. I would say in this setup against monkeys,
I'm thinking generally it's okay for my slingers to
you
die.
You get a morale penalty. You get a morale penalty
if they're like sparse.
Yeah, if they're sparse. But you only make morale checks if you get hit. So it's better not to get hit than to have higher morale.
Is that same for fear?
Fear is different now than in 5. Fear is always a very, very strong mechanic, but now it's less strong. But they made it a bless, so there you go. What was the question?
I said, is it the same for fear with like if they will run away terrified, do they need to be hit for that to happen?
No.
Okay.
Fear causes morale checks
Oh, okay.
as part of its thing, which is why it's so strong, is that it's constantly pinging morale checks, and eventually you're gonna fail, right? You're gonna roll really poorly. Yeah.
Okay.
Militias, archers, light infantry.
So I'm thinking it's okay for these guys to just go ahead because yeah, they're gonna be ahead. They won't have to worry about friendly fire. Their also losses are way more easily absorbed because I can fucking recruit like 25 per turn. So even if I lost a whole unit of these, it'd be fine. I could instantly replace them.
Well, I mean, but it's the first unit, so it's scaling. But you got to take your shot, and it's like, who are you going to fight? They would be very poorly matched against the trolls because the trolls are going to regenerate through the sling chip.
I'm not gonna. I don't want to mess with the trolls until I have a bigger army, basically, because I don't exactly.
Well, your giants should be able to like two-shot them.
Oh yeah, but
and
I don't
the
have
first shot will injure them enough that they can't keep fighting. And you could also maybe even like shoot them with lightning. But yeah, okay, so that's fine. That's a good one. Set them to holding fire, and make sure your commander is in the back and that he's holding or whatever.
Well, I think
If you set him to,
I think these guys are okay to just march ahead because they will probably actually range 30. They'll probably be far away enough that it'll be okay for a bit, and then these guys will catch up. They won't have to worry about
melee troops will come forward, right? Yeah.
No. Basically, I don't like.
Now, there's also a chance that they might run around you, and so sometimes you'll want to do, like, even if the melee troops are smaller number, you'd like split up the melee party and put them on the wings, so they're more likely to intersect. But I think versus Monkey Sword, they're going to be a very large pile of monkeys. It's very likely that you'll run into them. But of course, they will be in probably 2 squads. It's like there's a lot of stuff like that. But I think it's fine to have them go like this. I would suggest holding fire.
Okay. Well, I guess
but it might not be the perfect. No.
I think it's fine. But like I guess with the enemy formations in mind, like they'll get more and more dispersed as time goes on. I think that's probably a good idea.
I mean, monkeys hardly have formations at all.
Well,
which is honestly a strength for the indies because they're less play aroundable.
No kisses. You have to pay for that. Okay. Okay, so yeah. I wanna send my god out there.
To the sea?
Yeah, to the sea. We'll go sicko mode. This guy.
So you have like a fear breath, which isn't gonna work on the berserking troops. Or do you have like a poison breath? Can you show me what you got?
I'm looking at it right now. It says it's fear.
It's fear? Yeah. So if they berserk, they're not gonna flee. But you have piercing immunity and they're not gonna do much damage. And you have a triple attack, and you'll see that your attacks are very accurate because you have +5 attack from the bless. So whereas like normally you're not like that much of a melee monster as a Draco Lich, you very much are because you'll be just deleting 3 squares a turn, right? You're not gonna want to like use your breath weapon because it's not gonna do terribly much. It might affect some of them, but it does fatigue you, which will lower your stats.
Yeah.
And underwater, I think you're like a poor amphibian. Or maybe you're like So that's going to give you a penalty underwater. So they will be hitting you, and they'll be hitting you a lot with a lot of little chip damage. You'll probably still win. You're invulnerable to their melee, so you're going to take not that much damage. Yeah, you can take them.
Oh yeah, so invulnerable. The trolls would hit you pretty hard.
Yeah, but can you do misform underwater? Not every spell can be underwater. Is that one of them? You could probably take on the Pegasuses.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't say it. It doesn't say you can't. So you can. Yeah. let's not. You don't do the Pegasus because it doesn't have your candle there, so you wouldn't have the bless. You wouldn't have the extra attack points, which is relevant.
Yeah.
And then next turn you'll probably will have it. So whether or not you can fly there, I don't know. Okay, so that seems like a solid one. Now you should still probably be set to the farthest back, even with your god.
Oh yeah.
And that's and set them to like hold, so that you don't run forward at any. Let them get as much. Yeah. No. Though that can change, and they should be able to reach you before that timer's over. Hold and fire, I guess. You might benefit from the. I don't know.
Well, the
breath
hold and fire would be the
morale
breath
might
weapon.
not be.
Yeah. I'm going to say hold and cast a spell.
Yeah.
Cast.
Do you have other spells? Skeletal body. You are a skeleton. You already have the effect of it. Yeah.
Oh wait, can you just like? How much can you plan ahead? Is it just 4?
You get 5 commands. Now, there's a lot that goes into that because they might not cast something if certain conditions are met, and you can kind of play around what your opponent does by that as well. But that's far and beyond the scope of today.
Okay.
The post 5 command meta is not to be talked about.
Forbidden knowledge.
Yeah, and different things can take a lot longer. So while you can order 5 things like walking or flying or that kind of stuff, or like attacking rear, which is a way to commander snipe, especially with a flying guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's very bad advice to do with a dragon. Is you don't want to do a rear sniping because when the enemy retreats, the whole army will run into you anyway, and you might end up dying to that.
Oh yeah.
So
okay.
it's better to fire at the front lines and beat them that way. Generally, there are places where that's the only option is to get a lucky commander snipe, but but then you might even schedule retreat. You might be hold. You might be attack, hold. Or cast a spell, attack rear, retreat.
Do flying
have that as
units
your main
instantly
order.
retreat?
They do, and they get
Awesome.
away, and it's baller.
But yeah,
Flying
that'd be pretty
underwater,
good.
you need to be able to fly and be an amphibian. So I think you can.
Or amphibian.
Very few units by evolution can fly and live underwater.
Mhm.
But there are a few of them in the game. The
ghosts?
Weeb Nation's final form in the Joman gets these underwater dragons.
Oh, sick.
They have straight up 40 map move, and
sick.
they can fly from underwater. Whereas a lot of units it'll take a turn of transition, so they can just hit anywhere.
That's
There's
fucking crazy.
you can that's probably the strongest. It's probably the strongest recruitable unit in the game. Because it comes with a magic booster item. It spawns with an item that would cost 40 gems. That makes temporary gems, and they have infinite move speed. So if you give them the right bless, they're insane. The problem is they're not recruitable in your capital. You have to conquer underwater as a nation with no underwater units to make them.
But yeah, can the goblins go underwater?
You don't get them. You don't get them in that age. You
Oh.
get some random Japanese man.
Okay.
You're random Japanese
Well,
man.
okay, well,
And you gotta-
it's like a death nation. You can make a bunch of ghosts.
It's not a death nation. It's not.
What?
They've turned away from that. In
No,
the,
it's
in the
not
late
possible. That's
Age.
like a
No, they got rid of they've escaped being enslaved by the goblins and the demons,
no.
and they made a pact with the Dragon King underwater. But unfortunately, they don't have any units there. They can get a
Okay.
hero, but you gotta be ball in the luck, or you take a god who can get you underwater, and then you gotta make a castle and a temple and a lab, and then you can make them,
Okay,
and they're
but you
slow to
can-
recruit, and they're 500, 600 gold or something. But then once you do that, you're cooking with gas.
Get the strongest Giga God unit.
Yeah. Okay. Let's intern.
Okay, so holding.
You can just go
casting a
hold.
turn. Oh, wait,
You can do hold and cast. You won't cast if you don't have any spells that are
Okay.
good. You don't really have that many right now, but you would be if you got enchantment 1, you'd be putting out a couple skeletons, and that would be fatiguing you. It's often better not to cast a spell with a god, because fatigue on a god is a spell. is like a pretty big deal, right? But yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna do personalized form and then hold once more turn.
If that's what you want, it should be fine. But if the longer you hold, the closer they'll be to you, and if you have to retreat and like walk away versus flying, you know, then you'll be closer to your back line than theirs.
Yeah, so
all this little stuff. But it should be fine here. It should be fine here. We don't need to
And then,
worry
like,
about
okay,
it.
well-
It should be very by the books. Now, there
Even-
is a chance that they have a hidden commander who might have some magic, and that could be dangerous.
it's fine.
But it should be fine. It's fine. It is fine. You gotta play the risks, you know.
And then
So-
even if they do, like, okay, if I have to retreat and I have to walk to my edge, I'm already there. And if they have to retreat, they're like 500 miles away from their edge, and we get to like fuck them up.
You know, yeah. Let's see these battles. Let's see these battles. So let's look at the never show the report. Always view the battle.
Yeah, that is what I do usually. Okay. My God. Oh wait, whoops.
I mean, like when you're testing your god like for the 50th time, and it's like you know exactly what they do in every single battle, then you can. But whatever.
Okay.
So these are Shark Tribe Titans. They are very scary. This is one of the scary water nations.
Okay, yeah, they had two commanders.
They tend to die off after the early age. Well, they will still be some provinces of them. Generally, the more civilized Tritons take over. Mistform has gone up, so you should be fairly safe. The poison they have would still be kind of an issue. They might actually even have magic daggers.
I have
don't
poison
know. They might have
resistant though, so it's fine.
Yeah, you're not going to be... Oh, charged body, so you're going to be taking some shock damage, but your bless that I have bestowed upon you as your god is going to reduce the damage from that.
Okay.
Probably sufficiently. If you press C,
Oh yeah.
you'll see the team squares, and you'll also see little pips when you have taken damage. That's substantial.
Oh sick.
So there, you do 3 attacks a turn, you instantly delete them. You also don't trigger their berserk
they're
because
not
they
low
die
health.
instantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, see that one survived. They
And
you see the
already
little red
gone.
pips show it took a lot of
Yeah.
damage, but it's not going to retreat now. But
Okay,
yeah.
And we took like no
Victory.
damage because of misform.
You did take a lot of hits though, so you can see why those guys could be very scary.
Yeah.
If you press V while looking at your unit card,
Oh yeah.
you'll see everything, and you can see the
Okay.
rolls. So that's very good if you want to like figure out under the hood what's going on here. And you can see how much damage Misform negated by 3, Misform negated 5. You know, it's like very substantial.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Yeah. You can also see, damage increased by X, or you can see the poison damage roll is so the damage roll -20 plus 16. That guy rolled an unbelievable plus 16 on his damage attack, but since it's poison, you have like -25 to it anyway.
Yeah.
So the 5 poison, you know, it rolls like it. But if you were
If
a
I
normal
weren't the
dude,
Drago Lich, it would have been.
you would have
fucked
just
up.
gotten poisoned as hell from that. Yeah. So
Oh.
Shark Tribe Titan, very scary guys.
Got like
They are being affected by the fear from that's your AOE fear, not your breath, which you
Mhm.
also have. You have you're a big scary dragon.
Okay, this is pretty good. I didn't know about this. This is very informative. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Pretty damn good. So yeah, perfectly. We took like 20 points of damage.
Very good. And every point of damage, and also the size of damage, is a risk of getting an affliction. So
Yeah.
it is all very important. Do you know how afflictions work?
Yeah, it's like long-term wounds,
Right.
like scars.
They are based on a percent chance based on your max HP and the damage. So if you take 9 damage and your HP is 10, there's like a 90% chance you're
Okay,
gonna get an
okay.
affliction.
So
If
we
you're
have
a
like
big
a-
dragon, like it's not very likely per hit, but over the course of a campaign, it's gonna happen. Right?
Mhm. Okay.
There are ways around it, but it's a lot harder when you're an undead. Though there's corpse stitchers who you might find as indie recruit, and any blah 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 blah.
Mhm. Okay. Bright
What
woods?
about let's take a look at Emerald Lake.
What, we just did
Or not Emerald Lake, that was the one we did. So let's check out the let's see what they're cooking. So you have the melee units on sparse line. That's probably not it, Chief. Probably.
No, it's fine. I just wanted them to take up
So-
more space so that my commander. Oh, I did not tell my commander to sit back.
You're not
okay.
telling me ready to hold, so he's gonna go into melee.
That's fine.
Well, that's
it's fine.
interesting.
No,
It should be fine. Hopefully,
He's a giant. He's okay.
He is a big guy. He's got a thing.
He's a deck high guy.
He wants the XP. He wants in the Hall of Fame real
Yeah.
bad. Actually, he stopped. Why did he stop? He's gonna bless himself first. Good idea. Give himself that +5 attack. It looks like they're gonna be mostly chopped to pieces. And since you're so that while they are, there's like some friendly fire going on because they're at an angle. They're not firing like straight into your guys, so it is. It's not like they're trying to hit them, so it is gonna reduce casualties.
It worked
So
out
that was a very
perfectly
very
fine.
clean. Yeah, played it by the books.
Also, yeah, solid. This 3D environment is pretty damn good.
Yeah,
It
I think
feels pretty
so.
good.
And the fact, and having started this game when it was like turn-based and stuff, it's like it's pretty cool. And a lot of these features now on the map, they have like things you can awaken the trees and stuff and shrubs with nature magic. Okay, take a look at my battle. I haven't seen it yet, so I'll watch it with you. The Battle of Forge of Idun. So I've just pulled back in the rear. I don't need to get my blessing on my guys. They have like a heat aura. It's very small. Should be fine, but you do never know. I don't have any units in that I can recruit on my capital who are smaller than size 6, so I can't get multiple of them stacked up.
Okay, yeah. So your guys are just like a bunch of big dudes. Like, all right, let's go.
I don't think I have them on attack so that the ones with spears will throw. You see how my giants are on the left and right side.
Yeah. What's that for?
Now the reason so that's not necessarily
Are you going for the
they're in
rear
the
line?
squad. They're in the same squad.
Okay.
But the way that the game places troops in a squad is based on their recruitment time. And for line formation, it starts out by having the earliest recruited troop will be the center of the line, and then it will fill the left side, and then it will fill the right side, and then it will fill the left side, and then it will fill the right side. Then it will fill the left side, and then it will fill the right side. With a square formation, it'll start with the center, and then we'll fill the one to the left, and then the one to the front left, and then the one, so you can actually know where they're going to be, and you can adjust your recruitment patterns so that they'll be in certain patterns. Like if you want to have one of your like big guys with like a human bro, you actually in the recruitment you go human bro giant, human bro giant, human bro giant, so that they'll form the line properly.
Okay.
Now as soon as some of those start dying, it's all going to be fucked.
Okay.
But you can have at least one fight with your pretty little row, and if you could avoid casualties,
Mm-hmm. Okay, I did not know that. Very good to know.
Yeah, most people did not. That's kind of new info, actually, knowing how it works, seriously.
Okay, so you start off with 5 humans in a line, okay? And you add 3 giants. Is this just at a time, or is it per unit?
So I'm only able to recruit 3 of these guys. That's why I only have 3 of them there.
Okay, so what I mean is okay. So let's say you have 5 human militia, okay?
So that'd be 2 and 2/3 square. Because they're size 3, each square holds 10.
Okay, well, I mean, just for the purposes of placement on the left and right sides, would it be, if you were to recruit a human spearman, would all human spearmen you put, would that all be on one side? Or would it be, if you put 5 human spearmen in,
order.
A recruitment order?
It's when they were literally recruited. Seniority will determine where they are placed.
That's really weird. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's a really weird game.
That's like that'd be like super obtuse to work around.
It is. It is. It
Okay.
is. It's not. It's not designed. It's not meant for you to work around it. You know. Ooh, I got a nature site out of the province I took.
Nice.
Wild forest. I don't have an expander god. My god is immobile, so I'm limited in my expansion potential. Unfortunately, I will be under competing with you.
I gotta use the bathroom really quick. I'll be
Okay,
right
go
back.
use the bathroom. How's everybody? I'll give you kisses. Mwah. This looks really neat. Honestly, I like the sprites look good too. Yeah, I recommend giving it a pirate and see if the game's for you. You know, it's a I've put in a lot of hours in this game. I enjoy it quite a bit, but I have a lot of problems with it too. Particularly is that I feel like you'll never have the dream game. Like, while it has a lot of potential, there'll always be a little bit of potential unfilled. There'll always be that song unsung. Hi, Sigurd. Hi. Sigurd and me are going to play Magic tomorrow. Then that mean old ratty never gives you kisses. Well, I don't think they should be on demand, you know. It shouldn't be a given, right? They're a gift, you know. Ratty's cute though. I really like Ratty. I've been catching his streams for a while now. Don't tell him that though. Don't tell him that. Let's see. What's up? What's up in my life? My cat's being extra super cute. I'm addicted to my gas station's burritos. They hired this guy who like puts in the extra sauce, not like literal sauce, but he like spends too long working on them, so they're very good, and I'm not happy about it. I don't like when bad unhealthy things are delicious. What else? I'm down to just rice in my house. I need to go grocery shopping. It's been a while. I got in a drone the other day. I got in a tiny little drone. I don't have the right size batteries for the controller though. It was $20. It's crazy the world we live in today. I was able to order a tiny drone with a camera and a controller that can link to your phone and is this little miraculous marvel, and it was cheaper than the wig of a doll that I also ordered. Of the tiniest doll that they sell. A little fake wig is more expensive than a drone. He is really nice and supportive. Yeah. Though he got me back into Dominions, which is horrible. So he joined my Discord because we were trying to think about things to collab with, right? And then he's like, "Oh, I saw you play Dominion." I'm like, "Oh no." I keep it shamefully hidden away. It's I even deleted my VODs of the game, and I just.
But it's such a base game.
My issues with Dominions are not anything you'll ever have to worry about. So I think that's true, and enjoy the game. My issues are mainly with the potential and how close it is, and how my hopes and dreams get dashed in multiplayer by it just doesn't work out perfectly.
As most things don't.
As most things don't, right? And perhaps it's simply that its promise is so great that it hurts so much. Or maybe it's the fact that games take months. But that's not really true, because you can play blitzes. I used to play like blitzes pretty regularly near the end of 5, because everyone was like trying to get in as much, like they were trying to be like, okay, well, the game's never going to be the same, meta's never going to be the same. We're all excited for 6 coming, so I played a bunch of blitzes at that time. And then when 6 came out, I played a bunch of blitzes where it's like, okay, we're trying to learn the meta. And those are good because the game is over or whatever, and if you win or lose or whatever, it's fine. Your deck sucks? You want to get your deck sucked? Sorry. So let's look at the new information we have this turn. Let's go over the water. So you have Marrow, let's go from bottom to top. We see more Shark Tribe Titans, which now we know ain't nothing.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them though, and you won't have the +5 attack, so you won't be killing them as fast if you were to attack it this turn. But there it is. You can also see, very importantly, an enemy candle.
Oh yeah. Which means
And
that there's
because
a guy
your Dominion,
nearby.
yeah, which there should be from the amount of players and
Yeah.
the size of the map. And in any game, there really should be, because it changes. If you got too big of a space, it really changes the game. And this makes it like impossible to ever actually finish anyone off at like above 15 provinces a person, because there's so much buffer, and defender has some advantages. Okay, anyway, you can see their scales. So we can see that they have 2 productivity. We see a heat.
Oh, yeah.
We see a misfortune. Now that's not going to be all their scales.
Yeah, because this is
Because
only
it takes
Dominion
time.
1.
Yeah, because it takes time for their Dominion to bleed into it.
Mhm.
If this were MA or LA, we'd probably also see their capital from here, because there'd be you see farther, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or we'd know who it was more likely, right? You can kind of predict based on certain nations. So like we see productivity. Now it's AI, so that they could be completely random. But if you see productivity and we're looking at the nations that we see against us, like Ulm, they're far more likely, which you can see in the top right corner, you can see what nation you're playing with. They're far more likely to want productivity than Zabalba will, right? And you can be like, okay, well that's probably that one and probably not that one. So anyway, we know the Shark Tribe Marrow are a amphibious unit, so that's nice, is they can be, an amphibious commander from them is like always going to be useful, because you can lead your giants under the water with him, which is good. They can be an attack force that can patrol your water and also pop out of it at our enemy, who we now see is around. To the north of you is Amber Tribe, which are one of the special clans. They have mages, so in that province you'll be able to recruit mage priests. They have mages and priests in the Amber clan. They're like the most civilized of them. They're also the most powerful. There's very likely a mage there. They probably wouldn't beat you, but they might have magic weapons to pop. I don't quite remember. And they could even have like a special unit, and they're gonna have a undead that will try to banish you and do a little chip damage to him.
Yeah, I would be more than 40 is where I personally would be like a little scared to just send in my guy, but that's from my perspective.
You can also see the like income
Yeah.
in the province, and that also determines whether you want to take it or not. Like the Divine Ocean with the with the Amber Tribe, it's only 48 income, so you're not going to want to prioritize it simply because of that. Because there's a much better chance that like any random province is going to have more than that. So it'd be very low on your priority, simply for that reason.
Okay.
But so show me the monkeys. Show me what you can recruit in the monkey land.
What's that? Monkey
So the
guy.
Atavi chieftain has stealth, I believe.
Yeah.
Right? So he's got stealth. So you're gonna want to hit, even though he's more expensive than a scout and he's more expensive than a regular commander, he's got 50 leadership, he can move your troops around, and he's got stealth. So you're gonna want to hit that repeat recruitment button, and you're in hiring monkeys till the game is over.
Okay.
Because scouts are that valuable. And if you don't have another source of scouts, like an early monkey province, okay. Now there's actually a better scout, because the commanders are cheaper, that you've now rolled to your south, which is the goblins. But you're still gonna want these scouts for right now. So Bakamono are one of the best indies. They're not that hard to beat, but they're very useful. Now you've got a great army to fight them, because they don't wear armor. They're very scary because they're really dense formations, but all those factors make them very good to shoot with slings.
Yeah.
They might have a...
But Bakemono, they're semi-immortal, aren't they?
No, that's the Oni, who that province might be able to recruit, because caves that have Bakemono might also have a Oni priest available, but since there aren't any Oni here, that probably isn't going to be there. No, those are the Japanese goblins, but not the Japanese goblins like the Oni. So that's the one to prioritize. It's also a cave, which will have more resources. It probably won't have more money, but there's a good chance in caves of rolling a silver mine or a gold mine, which can instantly just change your world. Or like an iron mine. An iron mine in the early game changes your whole existence because it provides so many resources. You can make so many units instantly. So that one's probably a good one to go for. Now they also are very strong though, simply because of their numbers. Like if
it's only 40.
because it's 40, but because their numbers per square. Because they can have 5 of them per square, which is actually down from what they could do in 5 and 4. They're actually got nerfed.
Okay. Okay.
They're size 2, so they can fit 5 of them per square. But they have long weapons. They're not going to be getting repelled by your guys, and they're going to be repelling. And if they end up in melee against your guys, they're going to be making so many more attacks.
Yeah.
It'll be like a shredder.
So they're attacking with the force of like 5 dudes at once, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if you do attack them, you probably are going to say, we're probably going to, if they reach melee with our guys, they're probably going to like butcher them.
Mm-hmm.
So in that situation, what I would do is put my troops behind my archers, put all my archers into a line formation so that they're more dense, put my archers in a line formation, put them behind it. So they will trickle through. They will come around your troops.
Mm-hmm.
Your melee troops will move through and they will fight them, and they will maybe even be broken up and slow, and they'll be even more vulnerable against them. But it'll take them a lot longer to be butchered.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Well, that's one way to do it. I don't know what the best way to do it is, but you definitely should consider your expansion parties expendable.
Yeah.
Because the profit you get from a territory is worth many lives.
These are just like dudes, basically.
Those are like dudes, but dudes are dudes. They got shields, they got hats, so the slings are going to be basically useless. If they you see those dudes with iron caps on, they're not going to care about rocks being thrown at them. So it's going to be, your melee guys are going to be getting killed by your own archers. Now, you also consider stuff like the throne is on 70, so you definitely want to be moving towards it, but it's unlikely that your enemy, who we know that the enemy is over there, right? Because you see the black candle on Underhome, on the Shark Tribe people. So you might be like, okay, if you didn't see that, you'd be probably trying to get there faster because it kind of like cuts off an area. Oh, also the swamp has like horrible connections. I didn't notice that. The swamp has... Until the area gets cold, it can't cross anywhere but back to where you are.
Okay.
So you're not going to want to have your troops end up stuck there. So definitely Bakemonos or the militia archers and light infantry to the right, but that is also they're gonna have archers. So if you want to fight them, what you're gonna want to do is hit their archers with your slingers, because then they'll have a huge HP penalty, and then your melee units will hopefully rout them.
Question. So, if I tell a unit to target only archers, and there's no
such
archers,
command, or no, there are commands. Yeah, yes.
Do they
What
just
happens?
not attack anyone after that?
No. They will default back to. They will always attack someone.
Yeah, enemy.
It's actually often with ranged units. It's often very smart. I'm not saying in this situation or whatever, and expansion's usually not, because you can know expansion really well, but against an enemy army, it's often very smart not to give your archers orders, because the AI thinks about its expected damage.
Okay.
And so it'll think about stuff like if they have armor and how much HP they have. So one way to like trick things AI, and I'm not talking about like the AI, but like the combat AI, is if you have summons that are like defenseless animals with a fair amount of HP, they'll be very big targets for enemy mages, because they'll be like, man, this fireball is gonna go crazy. I'm gonna blow up like 20 cows. Meanwhile, you're like 10 billion gold super elite elf who has no defenses against fire is safe because they're targeting the cows, right?
Okay, good to know. Wouldn't have known that.
That's the high level stuff that's going on. It's actually that's actually a strength of the computer AI, is they are very good at using very good at bringing along random chaff.
Yeah, with
To do
fucking
that with.
their fucking 50,000 billion size armies. I fucking run into in single player.
With tons of summons and things, yeah.
Okay. So I'm thinking I just send these guys to fight the Marrows, or my Dragolith.
The Marrows are good because they're worth to start recruiting them.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think that's a fine one.
And then I guess these guys could go get these guys, or maybe actually wait. Okay, so these guys should have.
What did you recruit in the capital?
What the fuck?
Did you not recruit anything last turn?
I swear I had repeat recruitment on, bro.
Yeah. So it's gonna set you back, but now you have a lot more gold. So also take a look at the forest you took.
The forest. I got these guys.
So it has 64 resources. So your capital will have taken like 50% of that. So that's like a plus 60 to the resources in your capital, which means you'll be able to make more heavily armored units. You generally want to clear your cap ring so you get more resources for it. One reason not to have attacked the water last turn is that you don't collect resources across water boundaries, because the resources they use underwater aren't useful for land-based equipment.
Okay, good to know. But I didn't know at all that they had transferred.
Yeah, so forts have an administration score.
Okay.
And the administration score is a percentage of the local resources from the surrounding provinces that they exploit, which lets you make more heavily armored troops in that province, right?
Okay.
And if you have a resource value, if you have an administration value of 100 applying to one province, it will not be able to recruit anything at all, even commanders. Even one resource commanders, because it won't even be able to make the clothes for them anymore. Which can be awful if later in the game you discover a magic site in between your citadels that makes a mage, and you're like, well, can't do that. Anyway,
can you destroy buildings?
So if you click on the fortification in your building sites, in the sites on the right bar.
Oh, yeah.
You can actually click on like the temples and the aisles. It'll show you the administration score. Administration score is 30, so it only pulls 30. That's because it's not very good at administrating. Like a walled city in the late ages will have like a 60%.
Okay.
Right? And then 2 of them next to a place will make it unable to recruit. But
okay.
with the giant fortress, you could have 3 of them surrounding a place and still make a commander. So.
Okay.
But so now maybe recruit your sacred giants.
Yeah.
Or at least the unmarked, and then you can. The unmarked would do very well against the trolls, I think.
Okay.
And you can start recruiting mages now because you skipped a turn of recruitment, so you're going to be up in gold.
So
let's see. A druid can also bless, so they can lead a party of 10. Which, if the trolls say that there are only 10 of them again the next turn, then it'd be totally fine to attack them with like 10 unmarked and your Fomorian druid.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Or you could recruit one of the like God King bros because you have the money from it. So.
No, but these guys are 4, so it'd be 2 turns.
True, but you're probably not going to attack with them this turn anyway. But yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. So deciding what to do is hard. They're cool units. They're fun to play with.
Okay.
And having one of them, because he can also sail, so he can attack any of the provinces surrounding the body of water.
Very good. Yeah, water breathing. Yeah.
He's amazing. For Marine Kings are one of the best units in the game. They're like they're a very good unit. They're not necessarily the strongest in a 1v1. That's probably the Dione of Yomi, the Weeb faction. But they have +6 morale in the troops they lead compared to the Dione. Because the Dione are horrible bosses. Yeah, Dione get like a penalty, and these guys get like a positive. So.
Oh, you see. Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good.
They also have better. They have the ability to like sail.
These guys are really good. Okay, the magic leadership, undead leadership, fucking normal leadership.
Their paths are very good. Air and death are some of the strongest paths, which you're seeing why with like the mist form, right? It's like that's pretty good. This guy can like solo. Yeah,
mist form alone, you're really fucking good apparently. And then also it's the 17 research. It's also really fucking high. But,
so
like
the research math.
Yeah,
no, they're really bad researchers because of the upkeep cost, right?
Is
there? Well, they're strong, and sometimes you do want to recruit the expensive, fast researcher. Not that he is, because he's slow to recruit, but you know, there's lots of trade-offs in how researching works and stuff. So, like a very cheap unit that is slow to amass or whatever, and doesn't have very fast research, might be better in the long run. But you really need to hit that early magic break point. Like when I played a nation that's the women power nation. It's the Femini. It's all women troops, and the men are subservient. It's the femdom nation, and it's very fun. But they have all of their unit stats are worse because they're females, of course, and of course Illwinter. And you need to hit your research breakpoints like right away. So you spend you buy these like expensive mages, even though they have like the best cheap researcher, you can't like do them right away because you need to have the best magic possible or you're going to be rolled over immediately. I did win that game. I played that in a multiplayer game. I won that one. That was a good game. My Femini game. That was damn good. I even like bullshitted my way to victory. I was telling people I was gonna win even when they were far ahead of me, and then I did it, and I was like, yeah.
You hit them with the psych damage, like.
Well, I hit them with the psych damage, but I mean, like, it's still better than me like pretending I'm not winning, but. But I thought I was in a much better position. But then when we saw the like replays and we looked at where we were actually at when I was doing, I was like, huh. Well, I did push and win, but like I probably shouldn't have been that ballsy. Okay, so attack a province, assign your attacks.
Yeah, okay. You, I think you, but also I have to change your setting.
You don't have the commander run ahead.
So battle orders, fucking stay behind troop.
Now he does have a couple big spears. He can be a very valuable unit. He is like your best unit in the fight, right? Oh, you got horror marked? Okay,
no.
So what does that mean? Right?
It means the abominations will fucking come after you.
Yeah, like I was talking about, like the horrors in between the veil. Those things will come at you when the end times happen. Like everyone will start to get those, and it's awful. But
that's fun. Okay.
That means that the province that you're in has a hidden site that causes horror marks, because you wouldn't have gotten that from the combat you just had. So now we know, never put your god in that province under any circumstances.
Okay.
And also, like, not commanders. So, I mean, not mages. It's fine if a normal guy is horror marked. They're gonna have a fine time of it. They're never gonna notice. In fact, it can be a real asset to have a horror marked commander who is not important.
You can just throw them in battle and then like a fucking guy will fucking like, fuck up everyone.
Or you can use them as a target. So if you have blood astral magic, you can summon horrors. If you have a dude who's horror marked, you can have him in a spot so you'll know where the horror is not going to attack the mage who summoned him. So you can have him run forward, him and be the target, and then the horror will be where you want it.
Okay.
That's the sort of like billion D chess you have to do to play in the multiplayer.
Okay. Yeah,
Not
that's
really.
like too much for me.
99% of the time, that won't ever help you, that kind of thing. But it's there.
It's fun to think about.
It is fun to think about, and it does come up in the late game. In the late game, a turn will take you like a week to script.
Yeah.
If you let it. So, okay, so those are fine. I think those are fine attacks.
Okay.
If anything fucks up, well, it's a learning lesson. So,
Okay.
but make sure you're recruiting because that was a pretty big.
Oh wait, I'm out of money now. So.
Fair. I mean, those are very expensive. I'm also low on cash.
Also, like, yeah, all of these units are stealth, which is nice. Except these get fucking stupid monkeys.
Yeah. So the monkeys are very valuable in a lot. It is actually kind of strange because monkeys can be the most valuable early province to take because of the really bad units. The Mercata are so cheap and disposable. They're really good at like catching lances.
Like, yeah, wait, I have no money, but I can still recruit, like, a handful of these guys.
Right, and so those guys can bog down an enemy while your archers do their thing.
I may as well just recruit these guys, because it's only, like, 10 gold for all this, or, like, 30.
No, you actually might. They're just his entourage, you know? And I don't know if those ones are stealthy. They might.
No, they're not.
Stealthy,
They're
not.
Stupid dumb idiots.
They're just such dumb idiots. Yeah, but you can make a stealth force out of them and do like an alpha strike with them, which is one of the reasons why the Fomorians having those elf units as part of their lineup isn't so strong, because a lot of other nations will be able to make small strike forces with goblins and stuff. That's always something you should be doing in multiplayer. You need every tool in the toolkit, even though you won't have everyone strong.
Okay.
Right? Is you just need to have the tools so that you can threaten certain things or punish certain behavior. Because say your opponent, okay, let's roll turn, but say your opponent isn't putting any sort of province defense in, which maybe you don't even know what that is, but say your opponent isn't like defending themselves and they're putting everything into attack, they're going to beat you probably because they're like so focused on that. But if you can punish them with a couple monkeys, you've changed it up, right? Now, in actuality, what happens is they've taken some kind of crazy bless and you just were cooked from the start, but still.
As it goes. Okay.
All right, let's watch them.
My goat god.
Should be fine. Now, there's always a chance that you run into, like, some random guy with, like, an artifact on him. Not usually with, like, these, but there are certain troop types where it's more likely than others. One indie type to watch out for is the Snake Lady province, where one of the guys has an artifact that summons infinite wolves. That's a fun one to walk into.
I've probably seen that before, but...
Ooh, casting weakness. So... weakness is interesting because it's a permanent strength malice. If you know that their god is, like, coming in to attack you, you can, like, send out someone to, like, weaken them, you know? So that their god is going to be worse at their job later on. There's lots of stuff you can do like that, like spiteful things. Which normally are, like, useless spells to cast, really. Oh, they took down your... oh, it's the charged body! The charged body took down your misform.
How? Oh, because
if you
it's
click
magical
V,
damage?
It's magic, it's lightning. So you do have some shock resistance. So last game, it didn't pop it because your shock res was enough that it didn't go over and didn't pop it. This time it did. And so that probably means you want to not have them scripted to cast spells, because they'll do that off script.
Can I forbid spells?
You can say wait, but not wait and cast. Just wait. And they won't cast.
Well, yeah, but like, okay. Well, obviously there's other spells I will want to cast in the future. I will want him to cast in the future.
Right, and you can script those specifically.
But there's no way I can have him say, fucking, don't you
Never
fucking
cast,
dare.
Never cast Charge Body. No, you can't. So sometimes you'll want to avoid whole schools of magic. To avoid certain spells being in the repertoire. I often did that. I forget which game it was, but I was always avoiding a certain school, even though I wanted a few spells from it. Alteration has like so many good spells in it, but it also has some bad ones, or ones that you wouldn't want them to start casting off script. Let's look at the other battles.
Okay. The woods. Okay, so
see, this will be a good example of how they get separated. I think those are both light infantry, but they might even be different kinds. So
they look about. They don't look like they separated very much.
But they have a faster range, so they're shooting first. The sparse line pattern there is working well because they're much less likely to hit with their archers. Your melee units are going to come in here. Oh, look at that! It's like you scripted it. Look at that! You stopped them right there in front of them, so you're not even getting friendly fire from those slingers. Oh, and the other slingers are hitting the back line. Oh, this is smooth. This is smooth as butter. This is exactly how you want to draw it up. They defeated the one squad before they got into melee with the next squad. Okay, now you're going to take some friendly fire, but
it is.
What it is. But that was very smooth. And look at that. The friendly fire is very low, even though they're firing right at it because they're so close. The precision value really falls off the farther away they are.
These guys are taking a very long time to kill.
Yeah, and that can literally like ruin your whole game. If just one guy dodges everything and your whole melee line gets slaughtered on it, it can happen. Also, them not targeting the archers. It is usually good to have like your melee scripted to attack the archers, just so you never, especially if you only have like melee, so that you don't necessarily with your melee units chasing a squad off the map while getting hit by the archers the entire fight while they're doing it, and then they'll route. Like they've probably routed.
Yeah, they just got routed. Okay.
Yeah, your melee units are routed because they got shot at, so they've routed because they were being fired at because they kept chasing the like one dude off the map. And accounting for that is going to be quite hard. And now your melee troops are going to be not in that province. Some of them will have died.
Yeah. It seems like it would definitely be ideal to have at least like a small number specifically targeting archers, just so that does not happen.
If you click on the Trollwoods result there, not like the battle, but you can see the retreat details. Retreating is based on the unit's morale and the number of provinces they can retreat into. If you control every province surrounding a province, even though like the units are almost no chance of them dying in the retreat. If you control everything around it, right? Because you're not going to retreat into the enemy, you control everything. But if you're surrounded, they will all die. They will all die, even if they're a massive army in your nation. So I won a game that I was playing Disciple because in our first war, the enemy was marching on my capital with their army of demon monkeys, and they were very powerful, and they had these very powerful commanders in them, and they were like gods. But I dropped my god, who was a monolith, on the province, and I had them cast enough self buffs that they had like an aura of chill around them, so people would pass out. They weren't able to be killed, and eventually the enemy ran away from the turn timer, and I had cut off their retreat route, and so I destroyed the entire army in one move. Right?
Okay, that sounds pretty...
And it feels really bad if that happens to you. So
yeah.
Especially after playing a game for weeks and you feel like you're about to win. So you got to maintain your retreat routes. But anyway, and your commanders will have a... Commanders have like a 75% chance to pass the retreat route, guaranteed, and then they get their morale check if they fail that 75%. And if your commanding units retreats with the units, they will have a much better odds of retreating with the same units.
Okay.
Into the same province. But that's anyway. Very micro stuff. But yeah, so you won. 7 units lost. I thought very reasonable.
A lot more. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, you lost 2 in the retreat, but that's very good. You'll see the warriors got a lot of the kills.
Yeah.
Even though the slingers were doing a lot, but
oopsie. Okay, so How? Okay, so I noticed my Draco Lich. Okay, it doesn't say here, but actually, wait. Does your HP go up to maximum after every battle?
So with pretenders and prophets, it's complicated. But yes, your units will go up to max HP in between months unless they're diseased. Units that are commanders will. Oh, you should watch my battle.
Oh yeah.
Units that are prophets or pretenders get a bonus to their and your god counts as like a prophet, right? So this is an interesting battle because I forgot the swamp. My units are so large, the giants, that they can't share space with the mushrooms. And when you walk over a mushroom, it pops and spreads a poison cloud. So I'm gonna poison myself here. And this is a very like big nerf to large units. We're gonna be getting poisoned off some of these mushrooms, but in fact, if there was a spell that just grew mushrooms, it would probably be one of the most broken things.
Oh, wait, okay.
So,
it
what was
doesn't
I
show
saying?
up on the.
Not yet. You'll see it.
I
haven't
can.
popped them
Oh,
yet.
yeah, okay, there it goes.
There we go. See, that one was poisoned.
2 points of poison damage. Okay.
It's not gonna kill these guys probably, but like, I've definitely seen it lose you a game.
Okay.
From poison mushroom. Especially if it's like one godly unit whose whole point is like they can't be touched, but their HP isn't like amazing. So your prophet and your god will have an HP based on their dominion score of the province they left.
Uh-huh.
So if you are in a place with one candle, you have a 10% bonus to your HP. And that happens at the start of the turn, and then in the actual battle you might have more HP than your max HP because you've walked into a place with a lower candle score.
Okay. But
And you also might start a battle with like half HP if you go from a 0 candle to a 10 candle. And if you're in enemy candles, you'll have lower HP. But yeah, generally units heal to full in between months.
okay, so I don't have to worry about my god then accumulating damage, basically.
No.
Okay.
Some undead is on healing though, and will pick up chip damage.
Okay.
So you can see that you've expanded now twice as much as I have.
Do you only have
Because
this one
you-
army running around?
I only like have one commander. Yeah. Now I've recruited a second commander, but it is a big problem with some nations, some builds, some things, and that's why a lot of times you'll want to take a weight commander if your other option is like not expanding very fast. Like next turn, I will still only be able to take one more province, but then hopefully from then on I'll be able to take more. But
Okay.
yeah, my races are very spread thin with my type of unit. Now
Whoops.
that's often usually like a balancing thing. Honestly, nations that are good at expanding aren't always the best at other things. Or some nations will have very low attrition in their expansion, which is not as much of a virtue as it sounds. Units are born to die.
Yeah.
But yeah. That's often a thing that happens with disciple games, though, is the god will kind of take a hit so the disciple can really roll, because you have a big bless and you get to be a chassis with other paths, and it's like,
Okay, yeah,
it's
that
pretty
makes
fun.
sense. Which is odd. You would think it'd be the other way around.
You can play it other way around, but that's way worse.
I guess it would be, yeah, because the
can't do
disciple doesn't
anything.
really bring anything to the god.
Yeah. I have like a god with like a lot of magic paths, and I can like combine those to do a few cool things, but yeah. And I have finished my research queue.
Yeah, and I need to make a researcher. I don't have anyone who's. How much does mine do? 8?
That can be another like interesting play in like a this kind of setup is you can have one person who is researching really hard, and you feed them gems.
Oh wait, okay. You said we don't we don't share research, right?
We don't share research, no.
Oh, okay.
But we can share items. So if you have like one person make research boosters, you can send them. Knowing the value of research is a very advanced thing. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll send my dude over here. This is a big fuck you province, it would appear. This one's a giga big fuck you. I'm in the Yakshasa. I'm thinking I first fucking toss these guys in here. Well, here's these units. I was wondering where they went. They can stay there for now, I guess. I'm thinking it's about time. Okay, next turn we take the ghouls. Send my dragon down there. I really want to work on researching though, but I can't right now.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So I'm gonna research construction after the next thing I'm going for, so I can make you some magic items.
Yeah, I love magic items, by the way.
I think they're good. They're very much magic items are the IQ bell curve meme. The midwit meme where it's like, I love magic items, and it's like dude wearing like his hat and he's got a big sword. He's like unga bunga, and then there's the they're a waste of magical gems and you should save them for other things. And then there's like the super high IQ, which is like, I love magic items,
They're very fun.
They're very fun and they're necessary, and you got to do them right. The issue with magic items is a lot of the games I've like subbed in for, and they've had a treasury full of magic items, but they're not the right ones. And that's also very bad because they're not the right ones, and then I have to make the right ones, and it's hard to know exactly what. Like, take a look at your Fomorian king that you're recruiting. Don't like accidentally unrecruit him, but
strike click on him. Actually, no, I'll just. There.
So take a look at his head.
His head. He's got a crown. He's got like a little face.
Yeah, a crown is not a helmet. This fucking idiot does not have a helmet.
Oh yeah.
And the Yomi Nation, if you look at the models on their Daioni, they look very much like they have a helmet. They do not have a helmet.
Oh.
So that is like the point of failure for this 700 gold uber god slow to recruit unit that costs an army in himself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So making him a helmet is a great move. Making a like random dude a helmet and like some bitchin' sword can kind of be a throw, but it's very hard to know where the line is. And often with like your god, if you're gonna like expand with a like a titan or something, then making him a shirt or something can totally save your life.
My guy can only actually wait. I can shapeshift him to be a human.
You can shapeshift, yeah.
And
if he gets knocked out in the human form, he'll turn into the Draco Lich. So it isn't that bad. They also fixed them. They also made the hugest buff. Draco Lich got one of the biggest buffs Dominions has ever given anyone in 5 to 6. In that when you shapeshift out of your human form, you don't drop the things that you can't hold anymore.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask.
You used to drop them, yeah.
Okay, so wait, okay. Well, do you mean in combat? Like,
I mean, they would be gone, motherfucker.
oh, okay. Okay.
But now you can like wear the booster into battle, and then, if you get knocked out, it's fine. You can become a dragon and everything's okay.
Okay. Okay, so isn't it always better to be human form?
Why? No?
Because
dragons
if you
fly.
isn't your health like to put back to full and you go
You're
into
more
dragon
likely to
form?
get injured. You're more likely to get injured as your little human.
But I'm a lich. Do liches get injured?
In your lich, yeah, they get injured. They get their
Oh.
bony bits broken off. Yeah. Stretches.
They're oh wait.
Come on.
Amanda, affliction healing, inanimate,
So you don't have affliction
immune
healing.
to
A lot
diseases
of
and affliction healing. Okay.
the most common mod that people play with by far is give your god recuperation. That's like the most common, and I think that's unbalanced.
Yeah.
You know, just get permanently fucked up by a 1 in like 50 roll.
Yeah. Yes, we're winning, Ivory.
I had this one game, I was killing it, Dom 5. I was playing the bird people, middle age. I had this Titan, the Deva of corruption and lies. They were an insane. I was playing this total meme build. It was wild. I had these crazy stat buffs on this nation that's really a scales nation. And
then you got hit with an
I
affliction.
conquered the ocean. I conquered the ocean as the bird people because there was like Rylith, the strongest MA nation perhaps.
Yeah.
And like a very broken nation. They're very strong. But MA Rylith is insane. They got crazy armor and all this stuff. Anyway, they were in the other pool and they were going to break through, and I know it was going to be like the craziest battle ever. I was like, and I knew a battle was about to start, a war was about to start, and I had the choice, send my god to one last underwater province to take it. He was taking it with like a ring of water breathing or whatever. Or withdraw him and go take him to the front lines of this other battle. And he's also carrying my bless for my stickers. But anyway, I decide to go for the one more, and I get a random crit, and I bleed out. I get the affliction that gives you just like bleeding out. It gives you, it's like hemorrhage. Now that would kill you even with that mod, right? So that's not quite the same. But you can get like something like feeble-minded or something from a hit that can be pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's part of the game. I ended up not winning that game. I think I might have should it have not happened. But you know, you roll 1,000 dice, one of them's gonna roll it. You know, that's part of the strategy. It's like playing Battle Brothers or something.
Yeah, that kind of sucks, but oh wait, but can't your pretender god revive?
You can't bleed out for, so you can be revived. So I did get my god back eventually, but not the start of the war. That was about to proc out, right? And then your bless, if you have a bless that's like only active when your god's alive, it goes down, right?
Oh yeah. I think I'm ready, by the way. Actually, no, I'm not.
Okay, I mean, I submitted.
Oh wait. Okay, now these guys, I don't know where I'd want to send them next.
Now it becomes a lot more difficult, right? Now you're actually gonna have to start. Now you might have to make what's a very risky play. So you do see a throne next to you. Getting information from that throne is gonna be good. If you had recruited last turn, you could combine the forces on the undead province and possibly take it out. Well, you did recruit last turn, but your commander, you have a slow to recruit right now. You can't cross the water. This map is kind of a lot of people play with map nuke maps now because they don't often have you lose your expansion paths. So like plotting your expansion path is pretty important, but this is kind of fucked, right? This is kind of fucked, right? You can attempt to take on a province and get lucky, or you can backtrack. The cost to backtracking is paying lots of upkeep.
Mm-hmm.
You can attempt to recruit more troops here to try to do something next turn. You can stay in place and preach while you recruit some stuff because you've got a priest commander there.
I can't.
That's like not very good. No, that's, you know, those can bolster the forces. You do have like human melee troops, so that could be very reasonable. is recruit those melee units right now.
Yeah, okay. I guess preaching.
The season is changing. Eventually, it'll be winter. You can cross the water, but you don't really. It's not really what you want to wait to. Preaching is like okay. Yeah, preaching plus recruiting.
Or whatever.
You've got a monkey in the next province over. He can bring the freshly recruited Mercata to you, and he himself would then go on to be a scout because he can't really scout that one path because of the water anyway. So he can also take the units who were treated. So he has the people who came there. So you can put those in his squad because he's not really a scout, right? He's a commander, but. Yeah, so you can bring those units there. You'll have more. This is something to be avoided, but a part of that, is just the way we're playing. But yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now we can just fucking recruit 100 of these guys.
Now, the ideal provinces to clear are the ones immediately adjacent to your capital, because they give you those resources for your capital. But the undead province is probably not going to have very good ones.
I'm sending my
trolls
scout.
are an issue. You will take the trolls next turn.
Yeah. I'm sending my guy here, by the way, to get the Tritons. Yeah, I guess I'm good now.
Yeah, I guess you are.
So I'll send it.
Yeah. But no, this would be a turn you'd be beating yourself up about.
No, I'm chilling. It's called chilling. We do a little chilling around here.
Good. Oh, another great thing about like the elves that you could be recruiting, right, and the stealth units like that, is when you run into a situation like that, you can walk through the enemy and then get somewhere else. So. That's a value.
Okay, I'm gonna view your battle first.
I'm gonna view my battle first. I was viewing your battle first. Okay, let's view my battle first.
You're first up.
So this province, I got inconsistent reports on, and again, I'm not really using any sort of deep strategy here. This is not the highest IQ type thing. Now, I could lose it. I could lose some of my giants here. I might. Did they even get blessed? They did get blessed. Okay. That helps a lot. Attack offense is a very good defense because it means that you kill them faster.
Mm-hmm.
So they can't be hurting you. So the +5 attack. So if the swords, my swords aren't very long, so I'm not as good at repelling. If you click on the top giant. The giant that's farthest up, because he's fighting more so the spear bros are not going to get repelled at all, but the ones fighting the heavy infantry will be repelling the more damaging broadsword. So you press V here, and you scroll all the way down. You'll see ones that actually are making the repel roll. Okay, so not yet. Okay, let the game play out a bit. I think those ones are. I think all of them are attacking the one at the very top. So I think you clicked the middle one.
I think I'm pretty sure. That's the top guy.
All right. Well. Okay. Well, let it roll.
What is this? Is this health?
The red under him is damage that he's taken.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he's taken very little.
Yeah, that's not his remaining health. The bar gets longer.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now try the top one, and scroll to the bottom.
Repel value. Okay.
Repel value, yeah.
24 versus defense 14. Priest attack with dagger was repelled by Muspel Giant. Okay, so
their attack versus the attacker's defense, which is interesting, right? Because you got to make your defense roll to hit, or to even attempt to hit. And if you do make your defense roll, if you don't make your defense roll, you also get to make a morale roll, which is to attack anyway, even knowing you're probably going to get hit. If you do that, you take 1 point of damage.
Okay.
Which isn't very much, but it can do stuff.
So, is the repel... Okay, so the repel, is that directly correlated to the length?
It is. So you can't repel things if you're not longer than them, right? So my units are not very good at repelling. Your giants are much better at repelling. But I can always give them stuff, and it is a number.
Okay.
And you get a +1 to the repel value for every length longer you are.
Okay. So
The
why...
longest weapon in the game is the enchanted pike, which is length 5. And if you have that on a unit who's size 6 or greater, it'll be a length 6 weapon.
Okay. So that's a +6 for repel?
Versus a size 0 weapon, which is a melee weapon.
Okay, so versus a human with a sword, would that be
A 1.
+5?
It'd be +5 to the repel. Yeah.
Okay. So why is your repel value so high?
Because it's based on their attack score.
Your attack,
And the attack
score
of
is
my-
20.
Yeah, which is high as hell.
Yeah, okay, but where does the
And then-
32 come from?
And then you get a roll.
Okay.
So you get a DRN number. So now I tell you what the DRN is.
What is it? Spill it.
Dominion's random number.
Okay.
So Dominion's random number is generated by dice rolls. Would you like to guess the dice they use?
I'd like to say a D20 because that's the epic
Ha!
dice.
Ha!
Is
The
it
meme dice. No. Illwinter is refined. They use 2d4.
Okay.
But they're exploding dice. Do you know what exploding dice means?
No.
Exploding dice means if you roll the highest number, you roll again.
Okay. So
if you roll a 4 on the d4, it'll roll again.
Okay, that's fun.
A normal human can walk up to your god and one-shot it. It's very unlikely.
But it's theoretically possible because he rolls a 4, he rolls a 4, rolls a 4.
I have seen rolls of 60 plus.
Hell yeah.
Now you might be rolling that on like the defense. You might be rolling on your morale check or something. It's not it's not always
There's
going
a
to be
lot of
on
rolls.
the damage roll. You get the roll,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
But now, what does this mean mechanically? Well, it means that the more rolls you put before they get to roll damage, the better.
Okay.
Because you can always roll a crit. If they roll a crit on getting through the roll, it isn't helpful. If you roll a crit on your keeping them from getting the roll, it's immediately victorious, right? But it also means that the attacker will eventually roll a crit, right?
Mhm.
So if your strategy is built around defense, but like a flimsy core, they will eventually roll the crit, which is one reason why like giants can be more resilient
With the repel.
than a dude with a lot of armor, because a normal dude with like really heavy armor, when they do roll the crit, they're gonna like do enough damage to like incapacitate you or something.
Mhm.
Whereas like they're not gonna roll the crit by like 60 and take out a giant in one hit, right? I mean, they could, but yeah. That also means that like higher numbers is better. If you have like a lot of smaller units, like those units can roll crits.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah.
What? I forgot. Okay, so how does size factor into repelling?
It can affect the size of your weapon, but other than that, it doesn't.
Okay, so a size 9, your size 9 giant with his length 2 sword. What does the actual length become?
It's length 2. So it's normally only a length 1 weapon, but because he's a giant, it says length 2. That is properly updated.
Okay.
So they're not very good repellers. Now the commanders, I can give a enchanted pike to or something, and that's fine.
Oh, okay. Units with 6.
But
size
it
6
still
plus
is
was
very
super.
good for them to have an attack bless, because then they're not missing. They only get the 1 attack per round. It better hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get a magic weapon, so.
Okay.
And the commanders from Muspelheim, you probably haven't seen Muspelheim because you didn't play much. You haven't played much 6, and Muspelheim's a new one. The commanders get an AOE on their magic weapon.
Oh, sick.
So I don't have any of them. I don't have the commander here. The commander version of the giant, right? Like your guy that you're recruiting that probably popped this turn, right?
Oh yeah. Yes. Okay.
So I've won a blitz with Muspelheim before, the nation I'm playing.
Mm-hmm.
I took a Hellbless. A Hellbless is when you do everything. You take everything just to have the best possible. I had like quickness, which makes them move like 2 times.
Yeah, quickness, super
motion.
fucking goated.
Yeah, quickness is super goated. So yeah, that would be a good one on your guys too, because it's also very good for repelling, because it gives you +2 to attack and defense as like a side effect.
So yeah, with quickness, you basically just act twice in a turn, right?
Yeah, which also means you take twice the fatigue.
Yeah, I know fatigue is a problem with it.
But that's only a problem in like big drawn out battles, right? Like it's
Wait, whoops, I forgot to tell him to not cast whatever.
And it might not even pop him this turn, but
Oh, yeah, it popped. I cast it again.
if you have them on like cast spells, they'll cast it again. If you have it on like the end of the script, they might cast it again.
Okay. I don't think it took that much damage. Actually, wait. No, whatever. I want to check it. Yeah, okay, not bad. Okay, now we're in enemy dominion territory. So now I have fucking no health.
And you've lost the attack bonus.
Oh, yep.
Ooh, can I recruit lizards? I cannot recruit lizards. God damn it. Lizards are very good units, by the way.
Lizards?
Mm-hmm. But like indie lizards that live in swamps.
Okay.
They have like natural armor and they hit for like 20. And they run a little bit faster than humans. So that they'll generally like one-shot the first thing they run into. So you've rolled a triple air. Oh wait, they always come. You rolled a water random. They come with air death. So that's like the worst roll.
Okay.
But gotcha, the gotcha mini game. Literally one of the reasons why Dominions can never possibly be a competitive game is the gotcha mini game. When you recruit like your mages that are really big, a lot of the time they'll have random paths.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, your strategy was built around casting this spell at like Air 4, but you never rolled an Air 4. Guess you're fucked. Oh, but you made it on your god. So there you've got like the backup. And so like mitigating for misfortune.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you roll the like crazy shit. I've played a game like one of the elf nations, like Veneer. They have like a commander who, if they rolled the absolute perfect thing, they could cast one of their national spells without any shenanigans. But that's like a 1 in 160. Yeah, I rolled it. I rolled a death 5 Dione, which is a 1 in 160, and that lets them cast Bone Grinding with just a Skull Staff, which Bone Grinding is a spell that does like a whole AoE like the whole battlefield damage. And being able to cast it like right at the start of the battle means you can like just completely changes your game completely. But it's a 1 in 160 on a slow to recruit 800 gold unit on a nation that gets 25% penalty to gold income, right? So it's very unlikely it's going to happen. And guess what? That guy never even saw a battle because his entire time he was too precious to ever use. So it was like he's always there waiting for the right moment. He's like, okay, he's standing in this province. He's waiting there. If they land right in there, it's going to be boom. But then no, it didn't happen. It was like, okay, well, I'll move him to this other battlefield, and boom, didn't happen. Won the game. He never got to shine, but I won that game. That was my first Dom 6 game.
Nice.
No, that was the second one. I lost my first one. I lost my first one because I threw. Because I believed another player wouldn't break their non-aggression pact and throne rush. And okay, so here's how I lost my first game of Dominion 6 multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
Dude broke their non-aggression pact to attack another player who I had repeatedly asked, "Hey, dude, is your throne secure?" Because you win the game by claiming thrones. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the most important thing. Okay, right? He was like, "Yeah, I've got like," he's like was sure of it, right? But I like moved I moved a huge army in so that I could like try to guarantee that that was actually true. I had like slowed my aggression because I felt it was like, so in the lead. It wasn't. I didn't have to like try so hard. I was putting my other time on my other game. Dude rushes it, he takes it, and I have the huge counterplay where I did move an army nearby. I do have the chance, and I throw my god at them with a I'd empowered my Earth Snake in air so they could cloud trapeze. Oh, I did lose a game with an Earth Snake. I empowered my god in air so they could cloud trapeze an Earth Snake onto it, along with all my other things. Huge alpha strike. They get a soul slay, one in like plus, they rolled like a plus 10 to the MR check, slayed my god instantly so that the rain of stones came down. But it's okay, that's okay. I have another army marching on there. But guess what? They had a commander on search the province for magic sites. Or no, it was even an event. They had an event in between the magic phase attack. On the turn, they claimed it for the win of the game. On the rush, while my army was marching there, they had an event that caused a fortress to spawn. So that I then had to siege it, and they won because of that.
That's like, fucking giga bullshit. But
imagine I learned a lot that game. Imagine
how like fucking like pogged out of their gourd they must have felt though. Like holy shit!
I hope they did. I hope they did because my gourd was certainly exploding. But it's fine.
You'll be pleased to know I forgot to put on repeat recruitment for my Sigurd units. By the way,
I'm not totally pleased. Not totally pleased, but it is what it is. You're out expanding me. Who am I to complain?
But I mean. Okay.
So now you can attack the trolls. You can definitely attack the trolls. Okay. Yeah. So put him on the guy. He can bless him. He can misform himself.
Do I?
Yeah. Put him on guard commander. You can take those trolls.
Okay.
You might die, but
that's fine.
It definitely would be a lot better if you'd recruited.
That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, and then.
No, not on box, on guard. If you only have 5 units, they can just guard, bodyguard.
Oh yeah, I just had it on. I have it, sir. So I'm gonna go to.
No. Personal misform first.
Yeah. Okay.
And the reason for that is.
Are you looking at the stream?
I'm looking. Okay. Oops. So for your spells that you're gonna cast with the giant,
is it personal misform?
Divine spells don't add fatigue, and so if you're gonna cast personal buffs, and if you don't have to do the blesses before if you don't have to bless them because the troops are gonna run ahead because you have them on bodyguard, right? So you don't have to worry about that. Then you want to do the blesses second, so that you have time to recover the fatigue from the first spell while you're doing the divine spell.
Okay, so
but you don't want to over self buff here.
Okay, so I would do self buff, divine spell, maybe another self buff.
Okay, you're not gonna really want to self. Okay, so take a look at the dude. Go back to him. Take a look at his stat page. Take a look at him. Click on him. So go to encumbrance. That's his armor. His armor is, and then the spellcasting encumbrance is added to the fatigue from the spell.
So it'd be.
So you're gonna get a +8 to every spell he casts. I think that even affects divine spells, but it's, and you only have 100 before you pass out, and if you pass out, you die.
Okay.
Because you're very easy to hit. So that's something to think about.
Okay.
A very select few, and these are like literally none, but very like a handful of units get half penalty for spellcasting encumbrance,
Okay.
and that's battle casting or combat caster. But yeah, and then that's also an reason to possibly make some certain magical armor and like trade out with stuff they already have. Is like, oh, they have very good armor, but it's heavy, right?
Yeah.
Another reason is like map move is you might like literally make a magical shirt that's light just to put on dudes who wear armor for them to walk around in, and then take it off them before they never have them see battle in it.
Mm-hmm.
That one's a fun use of magic item. So personal storm is very strong. Quicken self is very strong, but then you're going to run ahead of your friends.
Yeah. And then also
Air shield very strong if you're fighting archers, but
not a problem right now.
not a problem right now.
So,
So I would say personal mist form, then blessing, and then blessing because you might miss. So blessings have an area effect 5, right? But it's not like
it's hitting 5 tiles.
It's a random. It's a center tile that they aim for. That they'll probably hit the correct one for that one, but then is the ones next to it going to hit your units, and each of those units takes up a whole square. Well, you get to have 6 units taking up squares. One blessing can't possibly do it. So I would say I'd say personal misform, blessing, hold.
Okay.
Or hold. And the reason you want to hold is so that you have more time to recover your fatigue before you're in battle. And then you're going to want to actually have them on attack in the main order, because since they're a mage, they'll default to casting spells. Okay. And you don't want them to give any more fatigue, because they're actually going to be the guy who kills the giant. You're going to want them in the far back and the far back corner, so there's more chance of you delaying them getting to you.
Okay.
And you could honestly lose this one, but it'll be a very good learning experience.
Okay. Well, I think it'll be fine. 8 units?
You also should take that scout you've had and use them for anything. Have them ping the undead province. Okay. And by pinging is vernacular for attacking a province with retreat orders.
Oh, okay. Like what you did.
Now, they might die. You have a lot of provinces from retreat too. They might die retreating, but the gained information will be valuable.
Okay. I was hoping that this would tell me the information on this fucking province.
It gives you a more accurate info. They have better info on it. Yeah. If you ping it, you'll see it directly, but you'll probably die because the range, the flying units will land on you.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of attacking the trolls this turn, you might attack the undead with your army that's in the south and your other army. That guy. Because he is a holy 2, so he can banish a fair number of the undead. And with your sacred backup, you might be able to win that one. Take a look at how much gold it makes. It is in your dominion now, so now you can see if it's
29.
See, it's only making 29. So it's like, do I really roll the dice for 3 dudes of income a turn? Well, 3 dudes of income a turn is pretty good, but it's also got 50, some resources for the capital. It had 10 resources to the capital, but yeah. Maybe it would have been best for you to walk back last turn so you could attack the goblins this turn, but that's the kind of thing you would think about if you had months.
Wait, can I not? No, yeah.
No, because the water.
Okay.
The river. That's that's awful map design. I can see why this one is not that popular, but it does look very pretty. Yeah, what are you going to do with those guys? So this turn, I'm moving my units out of the capital into the same province as my army that's been expanding, because that's just how I've been able to recruit. And I recruited a commander, and I walked into the capital, and then they're walking out, and then I'll have 2 parties to expand with.
Mm-hmm.
But that'll be the first time. Yeah.
Okay, every fucking turn.
So did the monkey not move last turn? You didn't move the monkey last turn?
Oh, I forgot. Well, I didn't. Okay.
Okay, so move that scout there. You might be able to just simply take the Goblin Province with monkeys. If you recruit the archers, the Atavi archers are going to be doing enough to one-shot the goblins. They're actually going to be probably your... Atavi archers are goated. They're really good because they're cheap. And being cheap as an archer, if your arrow is like about the same, it's not like the Mercata, but like the... They do less damage, and their accuracy isn't as like a regular human, but you know, you can get quite a lot of them, and you know, their bow isn't much weak. Actually, they're the same strength as like a normal archer, and they're cheaper, so they're just flat out one of the best units in the game.
What appears,
which is crazy. They have lower morale, but again, if your archers are taking morale hits, you've probably lost.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Oh, whoops. Okay. Okay, but okay. Every fucking turn, it seems like these guys get more units.
That's because so partially that's because the unrest in the province goes down after you control it. Oh, do you mean the enemy province?
Yeah, the
it's not actually 150.
Yeah, that's, I'm thinking. I don't think so.
Your scout isn't pinging it. They're moving into the province, but they're not attacking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like when first turn, it was like 100.
Attack it. See what's going on.
Okay. Well, it'll take a turn.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's only with 29. It's 150 units. Like the time it takes for you to get your money back from attacking that kind of thing, it really can suck if you get the bad indies in the wrong spot. Fortunately, it wasn't in like your highest resource province, which is the forest. Which it was good that you had Mercata in there and not like a crazy thing. So.
Anyway, okay. My god
is carrying you. This is like an expander god is. Oh look, we see their enemy. It's Calum. You see them, the birds. It's the birds. I wanted to have them in the game, and they're here. Thank you. With the random RNG. Birds must die. Birds must die. Birds are very much a kill on thing. They have magic weapons, so they're gonna be able to pop your mist form very easily.
So it seems like I would want to avoid them for now.
Oh, look, we have undead on the throne to the south. That's bad.
Yeah. These guys and these guys. The way I see it, with when I run into like the Giga Thrones, it's like I may as well just leave it there, and then wait for.
You should always try to take thrones, pretty much.
The way I see it is, if the enemy takes it, then they just fought this huge force for me, and then they're weakened.
Could you move your... Okay, so could you attack with your god the coastline? Okay, so if you go look up, can you attack? Can you click on them? That's province, or like, cause I'll try to. Yeah, I think you might be able to take once the candles are on that throne. You could probably take it. You could also try to cut off the birds, which they won't see that as an act of war. And you probably wouldn't lose to them if you bumped them. An intentional bump is like quite a strategy.
So I try to take this before they do?
They do have magic weapons that will pop your thing, but they're birds. Birds are not that strong.
Also, wait, I could just try to fly to their commander, right?
They can all fly.
Yeah, but
it's not like you have a real unique advantage there. It's really just that like they're bad. So birds have magic weapons, but all of their damage type is gonna be piercing, which you naturally take half damage from.
Mm-hmm.
You aren't gonna want to fight in their candles, but yeah, your fear breath is gonna hit them. They are gonna have higher morale than regular indies, so. But you could try to like cut them off. I don't know. Not much reason to take 81 with them, the swamp, because you'll be able to take that with regular troops other times. best to use your god to take stuff you can't take normally.
Okay, yeah, no, fair enough.
But yeah. Yeah, like you could take 14. Oh, 14's got heavy cav, which can be a threat.
Where's 14? Yeah.
You can press G and then a number. If I'm like talking to numbers, because it's like the it's got heavy calves, which can hit for like 30 or 40. You definitely want Mistform against them.
Mm-hmm.
The throne only has heavy infantry and slingers according to the report, but that doesn't mean that is all they've got. Recruit a marrow in the deep sea, because then you can ping the throne with the marrow. So those are very useful commanders, because they're basically a normal commander,
But they can go underwater.
but they're amphibious. Yeah.
Okay.
Now they're also less armored, but they have more hit points. So
Well, these guys. Oh, okay. So I just throw them at it.
you don't
and then
need
he
to produce the
retreats?
marrow, but I mean, like if you do spend a lot of money on marrow, number 6 is quite takeable with indies. Though I do suspect the birds will take it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'd imagine that's where they're
See,
going next.
as soon as other nations get into the game, it complicates things again, right?
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll go there. Let me. Go ahead.
What are you gonna do with your main army?
Like looking at like things to take, this would be the most reasonable.
Cataphracts and light cavalry are going to be pretty tough, but that doesn't mean it's undoable.
I would hope.
It is undoable, though. It's absolutely, completely undoable for you, though. Absolutely. Your slingers are going to do no damage. Your melee units are going to do no damage to them.
I don't know how
the only
recruitment
way
works.
you could beat them is to let the cav run into some chaff while you kill enough of the enemy units to HP route them. Some real Jedi shit. But it's not going to happen. Light cav are going to out-damage your archers. Warrior illusions. Oh no. The throne on 77 has got illusions. It's got air mages.
Yeah.
I would honestly say bring that army back and have them attack the goblins next turn. Or clear the swamp. It might freeze. It might be getting close to winter by then. It's late summer now. I guess it won't be winter, but 1 move, 2 moves, it'll be autumn. Yeah, nowhere near winter. The game favors summer strategies early game because summer happens quicker than winter. It's a very minor thing, but it is a real thing. Some gods have like power of summer, power of winter.
Okay, so if I set this guy to attack, he wouldn't cast spells anymore after these, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll do their first 5, and then they'll do the general order.
Okay.
So if you have, was he always on just hold, or he's on hold on cast?
No, it's a single. It's just hold.
It wasn't always though, right?
It was after.
Okay, after something.
After some amount of time.
Where's he
like 2 turns
attacking?
ago.
Where's he attacking now?
This.
The bird. So if he's you should actually have him on fire, because then he'll use his breath weapon. He'll default to attacking.
okay.
He won't like default to fire and spells, but he won't use the breath. You can have him on the hold and breathe. You can have him on hold or fire missile weapon, and then he'll also fire if units get close to him. But yeah, so.
Actually, wait, should I even have him on hold at all? Because they're going to be flying.
You should have him on personal misform, fire, and then fire. Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess I'm done. Monkey sneak in, my other scout sneak in, this guy sitting here.
No, the other scout is actually attacking.
Yeah.
Because you want to see. No, the scout coming off the province
what,
with
you
the
want me to-
Pegasi. Yeah, I want you to attack with him with retreat orders and in position on the rear. He might die, but the info is gonna be
Is sneak and attack right?
yeah, sneak and attack is what it should look like. Yeah,
Okay.
because if it's attack, then they attack the province they're in. But if it's sneak and attack, they walk out of it.
Okay.
You want to put them on the far back,
Oh, yeah.
but not. It won't matter in this case because it's gonna be faster than them. But
Okay. Now I should be good.
yeah, okay. Roll it when you want. You're recruiting? Yeah, you're recruiting.
Better be. Recruiting here.
You're new recruiting a Numidian sorceress. I see.
Because I need to fucking start doing research. Recruiting there, recruiting that guy. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm recruiting everywhere I need to be.
Are you having fun?
Oh yes. Nipa. Okay. Yeah. Nipa.
That was a good one.
Thank you. I've practiced my Nipas. Well, yeah,
Yes,
sometimes.
you do practice quite a bit.
But not my Miis. I'm not good with my Miis. Okay.
Oh, a new famous hero! A new famous hero! Oh, that doesn't mean they didn't die. You can be a famous hero in the ground.
Okay, starting from the top. So back.
Mhm.
All your Giga units.
So they're in a square because I'm marking. I used an indie commander to take them out of the capital.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Who's over to the side because if he were near them, he would die because
Oh,
they
yeah, 'cause of heat cloud.
they produce a heat aura.
Yeah.
It's not so hot that he would die like instantly, probably. And then the other ones are on guard commander because I couldn't put them in the same squad. If you're in a squad and your size is lower than 5, you have like a big chance of like retreating. Yeah, this should be. Oh no, they're running ahead. Oh no.
Also, it's
Oh no, those
based.
guys are getting ahead.
It's based that guard commander does not take up a squad size. Or whatever. Like a
Yes,
squad.
for like morale penalties kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is dramatically overkill. This is a bad play on my part. I should have recruited a sacred commander first turn to split up my army, but
Oh.
yeah. They're good units, and they don't really need a specific bless, right? They're just like very powerful units.
Yeah.
They're giants. They take low casualties. Very good. Very good for gameplay. Very easy.
Yeah.
I like them a lot. They are very expensive though, and so the strategies to counter them are, they each cost like a mage. They're 140 each, which is
It does sound pretty fucking pricey.
it is. Yeah, it's like 14 dudes, 14 regular guys.
Yeah, but they're worth
It's
like
like
30
7.
though.
Mm.
Because they're epic and awesome.
Yeah, but could they beat 30 if they were surrounded? Probably not.
Okay.
Ooh, I wonder if you're gonna get poisoned here. I forgot this is in a swamp.
We're epic and awesome, so it's not gonna happen.
Ooh, they cast enlarge on themselves. They saw how tall you were and were like, ooh. They've got a mage there in the back. Yeah, they got a shaman. Who you see? Look at the fatigue. 75. They're already almost passed out. So they've like self-buffed themselves for why? Because they're a mage. They should be. They're now gonna start summoning things, but
They can't
you know,
do
if they'd
that much.
started doing that,
Yeah.
they're yeah. Now they will probably use gems to reduce their fatigue, which you can't reduce your fatigue like retroactively. They don't like consume the gem for fatigue. They just use it to minus 100 fatigue off a spell.
Those are pygmies? No.
Maybe compared to the
Okay.
Fomorians. So they were generating, which is quite high. You know, 3 a turn is enough to like definitely get through chip damage, but when one guy is like slaughtering them.
Yeah.
So look at him. Look at him in his V card.
Who? Who's him?
The commander.
Okay. Oh. Already.
He has a length 4 weapon, so he's gonna have a much better repel odds. But
Okay,
he even
repel. Repel 20. Repel. Missed. Hits for 1.
though his attack skill is actually quite a bit lower. So he's repelling at about the same odds as my dudes with swords, but he can repel things that are longer than my dudes with swords could.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
But that's also a property of the sword, because the swords that my guys wield also give an attack bonus because they're like more nimble, right?
Makes sense.
But yeah, and you can see look they have morale negated repel, and so they attacked anyway, right? And the attacker damage by repel, that means it took 1 point of damage, which.
His
He's
fatigue's so
fatigued
high,
out to
though.
80.
Yeah.
Yeah, his fatigue's 80. That's because of the armor. So every time you're in combat, every round you're actually swinging your weapon, you take the swamp penalty. There you go. That's +2. Every turn you're fighting in combat, you take your armor penalty, and you only regain like 1 fatigue a second a turn out of combat. So, which you can be running and not get more fatigued. Who knows how that is, but. And that's why you can see, like, if you cast one more self-bust spell, suddenly he's dead in the water.
So it would appear.
Yeah. And see, their commander is passed out because they decided to cast Enlarge.
Oh, but
they almost die here.
Yeah.
They did get away, but they almost died from that Enlarge spell, right?
Yeah.
So you do gotta mind your own casting.
Okay. Easy victory.
But see, that wasn't that hard to take, right?
Yeah.
And you could have definitely taken that a lot sooner if you had recruited some unmarked and
Tehepero.
Yeah.
Yeah, dear. Okay, now let's see my god get fucked up.
Yeah, so he could definitely die here. Take a look at them heavy cav. So take a look at the lance.
Lance.
So the charge bonus on the first strike is extra damage based on the size of the unit, and the heavy weapon category means that they get a bigger bonus from the wielder's strength. Normally you do normally you get a damage bonus equal to half your strength score added onto your weapon damage. And then you also, two-handed weapons get a 1.25 or a 1.5 modifier to that. I don't think the lance is the two-hand. Maybe the lance is two-handed as well, but they also get to add their like movement, so it's quite damaging. Yeah, the roll's very high. It can easily pop through Mistform or kill, but Mistform will at least counteract one lucky roll. It also only can be used once. This is something that Marcata are really good for, or other disposable
because they
units.
take up the charge attack.
They take up the charge attack, right?
Okay.
So you put a number of them there, they take it, and then your more valuable units actually fight them, and then they only have to deal with the broadsword, which while on the tin it also says 16 damage, doesn't get the bonus from move speed.
Bonus, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Birds also get charge bonuses on all of their weapons. They get lances, and they like fall from the sky, but they have a naturally lower strength, so it's not as ridiculous.
Why is he not breathing?
Okay. You made it through. You made it through. Take a look at the unit and the V. You might see some like really big numbers there that got negated. See a lot of misses. 0 points of damage. Heavy calf hit. So that one would have been. Oh, you've rolled some great protection rolls. So the 17 plus 15, 7 plus 12. Those are really good RNG rolls. But the Mistform doing big numbers here.
Mistform goaded.
Mistform is goaded. So like you can see how crazy it is to get Mistform for free at the start of the game. You know, you can be very lucky. And it's normally something that you're willing to like research out of your way to like not properly start expanding yet.
3, 4, 5, all 1. So it would have been like, you know, like 15, whatever. I'll come down to 3 easy.
Which can be enough to roll to like, you know, to like do an affliction or something. So, but yeah, look at that. You won that, and so since you beat the heavy cav, you'll probably win the fight.
These fucking assholes.
You didn't have... Love the sound effects.
Banishment's scary, isn't it?
No, not that scary. It doesn't like crit roll and then you're banished.
Okay.
Especially not with indies. I think actually the death banishment can like do 999. So the way that divine spells work, indies only have access to the generic divine spells, which aren't that bad.
Okay.
The other nations have divine spells based on the highest magic path of the god in order from air to blood.
Okay.
And so that means that we have air as ours. And that affects the banishment, that affects the smite, and I think that's all it really affects, is like the type of damage your smite does, which is your Holy 3 spell, and the type of banishment you do. Death banishment is probably the best one for both for banishment. Astral and air, which we're air, are the best for range for your smite, so that your priest can be on the far back line, and you know I can do like a lightning smite, and like the astral ones can do like a astral smite that like stuns them. Earth smite can petrify things, and that can like be a crit roll against a god, and then boom, you're petrified. Death banishment can do like 999 to an undead, so that one's also very scary if you're an undead god. Yeah. So that's a minor things to consider if you know your opponents. So take a look at your fatigue after the breath weapons. I want to see what it's at. So you'll stop breathing your breath weapon if you hit 50 fatigue.
Okay.
So I told you earlier that I have a meme video up about winning in the first year with a dragon who uses the breath weapon bonus. There's another factor there, is that I also was using vampiric weapons, which also was bugged to work on breath weapons. Vampiric weapons, if you do damage but you don't kill, you drain life from your opponent, but also steal fatigue from them. So they're able to infinitely cast a like huge giant AoE breath weapon that would also then restore the fatigue. So that was very fun.
But that's fixed now, right?
Yes, but they did since then make vampiric weapons cheaper. So your unit defaulted to just attacking randomly after it was no longer firing. If you would set it to like fire closest, it might have kept attacking closest. Or like fire rear. I'm not sure how that would work. Ah, my cat has come. Hi, Bob. Hi. Hi.
Hi, Bob.
Very good. Very good.
Easy.
Trapdoor has been taken, and hopefully cut off the. So Amon Forest. That's a scouting ping on a throne, which is just to see what's there. We see there's a much scarier throne than the other one. We got some Deathwater, High Wizard. You want to look at every commander on a throne every time.
Okay.
I think there's a way to see it easier, but I forget what it is. And the reason for that is because any commander on a throne can roll a magic item, and it could be something very relevant. The ones that are the most relevant are like artifacts, obviously. They can roll artifacts, but they can also roll boosters, which the right booster, by booster refers to magic path booster. So one magic path booster that I had in a game that was really great is I got a elemental staff off a throne guy. Elemental staff gives you +1 to fire, air, water, and earth. So that can completely change your game if suddenly you have access to one higher in 4 different paths.
Oh wait. So is that's just for that one guy, right?
For the one guy, but that
Yeah,
pass
okay.
the staff around.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I got a new famous hero too. My commander got heroic precision, absolutely worthless for absolutely terrible. What's your new famous hero?
Usliu and his heroic toughness.
That's perhaps the best one. With some debate between being very fat. And I guess there's like a few super rare ones.
The fat guy's funny.
It can be
Wait,
absolutely insanely good in some of them, sometimes for some units, and then other ones it's awful because it's like spellcasting fatigue. But
Mound King, Amulet of Clarity, True Sight, Disbelieve. Okay.
The Mound King has an Amulet of Clarity.
Yes.
He already has True Sight because he's an undead. But Disbelief is interesting. Banishing illusions. So that is a very scary province. It shouldn't be like growing though. That's just the size of it. That is so many undead though. The ghouls are not as undead as the long dead. They actually do have a morale that can break. It's very high though.
112.
So how to deal with that? AoE spells, they're going to be very weak against those.
What is toughness? Oh, just hit points. Okay. I thought that was a fat guy. Holy shit! Plus 35.
The fat guy gets more hit points, but they also get encumbrance with it too.
Okay, so
it's a percentage based hit points, and since he is a Fomorian king, that is like crazy amount of hit points.
Hell yeah!
Because then when he gets like personal regen, that'll give him +4 more a turn.
Hell yeah!
Which would probably be like I'd probably make a ring or something with my god for him or something. Hi, Bob. So your guy can swim around, so he could like back up your god attacking that throne or something. But
oh wait, what the hell? I can just jump around.
Yeah. So sailing is goated with the sauce. It's pretty sick. It looks like there's way less Amazons and Pegasus riders this turn. That's just the scouting reports. You know, so that shows that it probably wasn't as big as it seemed on the first turn. You did not make a commander in your capital this turn, so you can't back it up
I
with
did,
this team.
but it was my mage. But yeah.
Yeah.
I need a researcher, sir.
Do you though?
Yes, I gotta.
Do you though? Do you need it more than a province, which then makes a throne, which makes a fort, which then makes more researchers?
I gotta start sometime.
True. In a heuristic sense. Oh my god, that place makes so much money. And then some places are like crazy. Like look at 22. Which makes 266 gold a turn.
Oh yeah.
Which is like a lot of places. Can I take that? I probably can take that. Actually.
Could also send my
and that's
guy
worth
to
more
help.
than like You can't they won't fight on the same battle.
Oh, is it okay? Is that just because we're two different factions?
It's it's probably game limitations, honestly, and also it has some advantages for when you are trying to do magic phase shenanigans to have them not be the same turn, because then you can have one person do a magic phase attack, another person do another magic phase attack, and both of those like burn off their resources before like the main battle. But yeah, sometimes you do have to like attack a province with both armies from both your pretender and the disciple just to have a shot at it.
Mm-hmm.
And even though like one of them will definitely be defeated and you don't know which one's gonna go first, I've had that happen and had it, sway a game. I might lose this, but it's where we've been playing for a while. It'll probably wrap it up. I'm gonna try to take on that one.
Yeah, that's what I say. It's been some time now. Okay, so if I want to attack these Bakemono, these monsters.
Yep.
What do I want the shaft to do? My stupid dumb monkeys.
So you can't give them orders directly. So what you're going to want to do is move your archers forward from where you would have had them normally, so that the Atavi will make contact before the other guys. Not the Atavi archers, the Makata. The Atavi archers can be treated like regular archers. But the Makata, you're going to want to move far back, because they're just going to run into battle anyway.
Okay.
And they actually will throw stones before they get butchered. But the other people holding will end up behind them anyway. So yeah.
I'll have these guys holding fire. Do they have? Okay. They're just they don't have any range units, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are just dudes. Okay. Okay, then I'll have.
Well,
these.
they might have range units. Ranged Bakemono are also just simply listed as Bakemono.
Okay. Well, it's probably fine. I'm gonna have them attack them. Then I don't know what I want my Giga guy doing. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna send my Giga guy back here. He's gonna pick up all of these units, and then we're gonna.
No. That is a job for somebody else. So have him search the province for magic sites. So he might find you something very valuable. You're going to use one of your monkeys to ferry out those guys. So take one of the monkey commanders, have him walk to the capital, while the other guy just takes.
Well, I may as well just have
being in command of them.
Oh, God.
Or aren't those scouts? Is that a commander? What? Scouts can't lead people. The monkeys are not really scouts. Oh, that guy can lead people. Okay, so he can move them out. So he can move those units in to support with the other guy. You could even move him into that province, but yeah. So you could have him walk in to join up with the Fomorian Giant while he searches and then resupply him. I think you probably could. That seems fine. Right.
Okay. As for my god. Oh wait.
Your god.
Have him do this.
I don't see those arrows. Come on, there we go.
God.
So yeah, set the dude to retreat.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, yeah, okay. So the province. Oh, the province to the left of you is worth a lot of money. You can see by the big coin stack. It's worth 220 a turn. It's got heavy entry, archers, and heavy cav, but you can probably take it, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Also, at this point in the game, you want to start assigning province defense to places. You don't want to do it on the first couple turns because you need everything to like scale, but you want to make sure the provinces that are like part of a chain to other provinces at least have some. The breakpoints, and you can look this up in that. So that site I linked you earlier, the Mon Inspector.
Mm-hmm.
You can search events, and you can assort events by province defense. Because certain events won't happen if you have a certain amount of province defense. 3 or 4 will get you out of the range of like brigands trying to overthrow the province. Like the villains, the villains. And then at a certain point, other ones stop. There's also a mind game when you're playing multiplayer. Is the reports that other people see with their scouts in your provinces change based on your province defense, and so you want to be either like 1 below it, or like 0, or 1 over the score. So they think there's more than you. Yeah, it's complicated. Don't worry about it now, but
okay.
Generally like 6 is enough for casual things, whereas anything serious you're not going to stop with a lot. It also depends very much on the type of province defense in the province. So like that province you just took right now, it's going to give you heavy cav as part of its province defense. So if you were playing to have like a last stand, if you're trying to like trick your enemy into attacking a lot of province defense, that'd be a perfect location for it. Whereas somewhere that's full of Mercata, you can pump the province defense to 100. It isn't going to stop 10 guys that are serious about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that matters, but it'll still stop the events.
I don't know. I think 100 guys might be kind of good.
No, 100 monkeys will die to like.
Well,
10
it
dudes
also has
with
the
armor.
Fomorian on it at that point.
Right, but at that point you'd rather have 1 because the monkeys are going to HP route you, and that guy won't get to stick around.
You're gonna what me?
So if you go below 50% of the total HP of your army at the start of the battle, your units will start making morale rolls.
Okay.
Even if one of them is your god, who literally cannot take damage in the fight.
Okay.
And so then you can lose a fight simply because there are other people there.
Okay. That makes
Which is
sense,
very
I guess.
common. And it's also a strategy to like attack people on the right turn, where their god is going to be in a province with province defense, so that you can then route it and have taken off their escape routes. But that's obviously not anything you have to deal with right now. But it is a thing. It is a real, genuine thing. This game is that cursed.
Okay.
Yeah. Have we tried making out with them? You can only do that if you play as the very select few nations.
Isn't the one with the like satyrs, whatever? That kind
They have seducers.
Yeah.
They have seducers. They're a good one. Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'm thinking we do this turn and then
The
we call it.
dryads. Yeah. Or we do this turn and then you send your god into fighting that throne, and we call it. But yeah.
Oh sure. Yeah. Okay. So I'm attacking the guys to my left on the god.
Yeah. Attack them. Yeah. See if you live.
And then after that, and then yeah. The scout.
Yeah, it's fine if he does nothing. His scouts doing nothing. It's fine.
Okay.
It's been really nice. This has been really great. I think we have a great rapport.
Yes, this has been pretty fun. I've learned a whole bunch.
If you ever want to get into a multiplayer game, well, you're not ready, but later I'd be happy to show you like the places and find you a beginner game, and we could do, and you know, or we could do a blitz. But yeah. If you ever have any questions, and this goes to anyone in chat too, my DMs are open. I hate Dominions, but I'm always happy to help people suffer less playing it.
He loves hating it.
I love to hate. I love to hate.
Okay. Starting from the
Ooh,
top.
you found a magic site? So like a magic site's value, you have to think if it's like early game, that could be like 60 gems or something. And some sites are worth like 3 or 4 gems a turn. And then they can be like a god unit, right? Like later in the game, you can use that to summon a god or something, right? Oh my god, that's so many heavy cav. So many cataphracts.
Oh yeah.
So I brought a lightning bolt caster.
Yeah.
Lightning bolts. I wanted to show off like magic a little bit, but lightning is a great one versus heavy cabs because it will prioritize attacking a cavalry unit because the high HP horse. It gets through the armor and it will strike both the rider and the mount. So it's a pretty effective use of a mage. You could also, if you had a high enough alteration level, you might do mist form on some of your giants, though that takes a lot of resources. It's a lot easier to cast a lightning bolt. But that went well.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but this is not really a fair fight. I'm not I don't have them divided. Like, you should be taking fights with as few troops as possible. This is like, you know, each one of those guys is pretty much equal to a stack of knights. But 0 losses, which is one of the strengths of Muspelheim, is like very low attrition rates.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then you attacked into the Promised Land with your dragon. But again, that was a like 240 gold province or something, so it's worth a lot more than the other province. That's almost as much as like a capital.
Scouting. Okay, yeah, that's like super easy to take. Okay, Promised Land. Okay. Okay.
And they ran away.
Instantly run away.
Just run away. Yeah, I mean, would you want to fight you?
They didn't even have to fucking kill anyone, basically.
No, the Draco Lich is very good at not killing people. Ironically, very good at sparing the living. They know they're cooked.
Pretty fucking goated. Okay. But like
and then
2
there's
damage.
the attack on the Bakemono, which could honestly be the sketchiest of all.
Let's see.
So the Marcata run in, as I was saying, was like position the other troops a little bit forward just so that they're not as far ahead. I love the slinger sound effect.
Yeah, it's so loud.
The best one is wait, you're capturing our audio, so let's see. The best one is the elephants trampling blood slaves sound effect.
I don't think I've heard that one.
No, you never heard it?
I don't think so.
Why can I not use it on?
Okay, so we did end up losing it. The elephant sound effect definitely sounds familiar. Okay, well, I guess, like, okay. Yes. I know the blood slave sound effect, getting killed. I know the elephant. Okay, I thought you were saying there's a unique.
Yeah. No, it is in combo. It just is very, very powerful. So you lost the chieftain there. You lost some things, but you did win it. And you see, like the Bakemono are very killy. Look at that. They killed 22.
That's pretty impressive.
Mercata don't really count, but like you know, that's how you would want to play it, right? So they're very dangerous. So you throw the chaff at them.
Okay. Yeah. Most
also,
of those
you
kills
might be
were
able to
just
recruit Bakemono
Mercado.
Shaman there, which would be sick. I think you probably can't, but so yeah, that's an early game expansion right there. Good lessons. We didn't quite get to the deep magic, but maybe again another time.
Yep. That would be awesome. I had a bunch of fun. I would definitely
I had a ton of fun too.
did enjoy this.
This was really
session.
nice. It's a lot. The Dominions is a lot more fun with friends.
Yeah.
Ooh, had a good event. Events are tied. You know how like luck affects
Yeah.
events. In theory, that like having luck means more good events about it. It also affects the quality of the event, or rather the scales in the province when the event happens. So like certain events will happen the same to everyone. Like for instance, you find a bird died in your province. People cut it open and they found gems. If your luck's like -2, it'll still find a few gems. It's still a positive event. But if your luck's 4, it'll be like, and they pulled out Excalibur.
Okay.
And you can see that in the Mod Inspector on the like different realms.
Oh.
Of that. It was very obtuse. So
Okay, sick.
I'm
I'm gonna need to spend like 50 hours looking through that. That seems awesome.
It's very fun. It's very fun, and there's lots to learn. If you ever want to get into a multiplayer game, I'd be happy to backseat you through that. But
That probably will never happen.
never, maybe not this year. Maybe not Dominion 6, but maybe Dominion 7 comes around. And you're like, oh, I've played it off and on every year for a couple times. Maybe it's time for my first multiplayer game, and then offer will still stand. That's how it happened to me. 4, I played one multiplayer game. 5, I played like a handful. 6, I've played like a ton already.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it! You made me reinstall it. I might get back into the game.
It fucking reintroduces you to crack. Oh, my bad, OG.
It's worse. It's worse than crack. Probably some fan. I don't know. Well, should I get out of here so you can say goodbye by yourself, or shall
I'll just end as well.
we just end as well? Are we gonna raid somebody?
Sure. Would you like to raid? Would you like to choose the raid target, sir?
I'll have to open my.
Thank you very much for joining me today, Churro.
It was fun.
And...
If already is live, oh no, you're ready. Yeah, let's raid. How long have they been going? Is he still raiding? Is still streaming? No, he's playing his fucking MMO. I don't want to support that. Choose someone to raid. Choose someone to raid if you got someone.
Let me see. And
Thanks for being here, guys.
Yeah.
Mwah.
thank you everyone for watching. I hope you all want to play Dominions now. Smile, smirks.
If you want to play Dominions, hit me up.
He is a good teacher, good backseater, good front seater even.
Good front seater. I can drive from the front. I can ride on the hood.
I have Nano and Agumi.
Agumi is live.
Yes.
Fine. Let's go raid Agumi. Let's say hi to Agumi.
Okay.
He's playing fucking Xenoblade Chronicles again.
Yep.
Ugh.
It's babes, because that's Aoyuki's in the sequel.
Oh, you know you're a Xenoblader. I see. Okay, that
I
makes
tried
sense.
to be. I tried to
Have
play.
you played any more of Fantasy Life since you streamed it?
Yeah. Well, not too much, but yeah. I just got a fucking a new cable, so my fucking controller stopped disconnecting every 2 seconds.
You're a controller gamer. I see.
Well, for a game like Fantasy Life, yeah.
Surprises me. I've never even seen a controller. Not once in my life. Inshallah. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Okay, yeah.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Uh,
Makamini. Any parting words?
Nipa.
Nipa.